Hopefully everything sounds okay. I was quickly passing together the chisel. I was quickly putting together the audio setup for this morning. Gave it a couple of tests and it sounds okay. God, unlike my voice, Jesus. Bacon, good morning, friend. How are you doing? The appropriate potions are about to be served. How are you doing, you lovely Mother Hubbard? Yeah, that is the only reason this morning is happening. By the power invested in me by ground up beans of thunder. Oh, heck yes. Oh wow, this is chugging to shit. Okay, this is coming through very bad. Yeah, got that fancy coffee. And Lyrus, our current super Jarl. Hello, good morning, thank you. It is, I mean, it's the standard French press, but it's very nice. The coffee is very nice. How are you doing? Hopefully things are just stabilized. No, this is a fucking catastrophe. Jafar James, Lyrus, Wolfcrad, Katros, Bacon Avenger. How am I coming through? How's it sounding? How's it looking? Because on my end, it looks like everything's a fucking disaster today. Yeah, looks like it's going to be a day. Torcuno, what ho, friend? Okay, the pros and cons. Well, Lyrus, if this isn't working here, as much as I desperately want to show you all Laugh Stand Aftermath, what we can do is we can go hang out with the guinea pigs today. Jafar James, if it's sounding good, then lovely. I had to re-put everything back together after the glorious nonsense that was the ASMR stream on Saturday. Oh, am I stabilised? We're currently in arguments with our internet service provider, as they keep insisting that there is nothing wrong, and we keep telling them.
So you wouldn't really call it bell peppers and beef now, would you? Yes, I would.
Okay, Katros says sounding fine. Camera had a few hiccups. Okay, that's what I'm seeing on my end. So, friends, if this continues to be nonsense, we'll go hang out with guinea pigs today. I got a hand-me-down phone. What was it? Last week? Week before? So I have a new phone. Well, a new phone for me, and it has much better camera. So we could go hang out, cuddle some guinea pigs, drink some coffee. But whilst you have my dulcet tones and stuttery face, I hope you're all having a lovely morning, friends. Sorry that I'm late.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
I came for Vikings, I stayed for the awkwardness.
And hookshot, I'm all out of Vikings. How are you doing this morning? Hello. Fuck
Yes.
am I?
Do you know that
Sorry,
things that
Hookshot.
I particularly hate?
Thank you kindly for 16 months. I hope you're doing fucking right. Lyrus,
Animals
refilling a pint
and
glass before
women
we've even
with
gotten started.
attitudes.
Thank you kindly. Kimball, how you
Some
doing,
sort
you
of
lovely Mother Hubbard?
Why do we have all three of them neatly gathered in our ship?
Yeah, I'm just trying to play whack-a-mole with technical problems right now. And oh, we're cool. Catastros handed in their big assignment for college. So today, hit the Gaim, summoned a King Arthur. Sounds like you're having a lovely day.
It's cooking.
Reactor online, sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
The journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single pint, putting up beginner sub numbers.
Sudden stop, how are you doing? Hello, hello. What ho, friend?
Who wants to sing?
Oh, and Captain Stephanie Barnes, thank you kindly for the host. As those do make the numbers go up, and that is what Mr. Twitch cares about. I just care about hanging out with you lot and drinking coffee. So I do apologise for starting late this morning. It was honestly just... alarm did not proc. That's the long and short of it. Robot T-Duck, what ho? Kitish Lamesh, what ho, friend? Oh, this is not... How are you feeling out there tonight? You're not feeling good! Ardoon, what ho, friend? I did have a whole day on Saturday. Sorry if I look a little bit scrambled. I'm trying to see if there's anything I can do to...
Wim Armageddon is on sale on Steam until the 22nd for $2.99.
It is. Hang on, let me pull that up while I'm playing Whack-A-Mole here, because I saw... Ben, hello, good morning, friend. What ho? How fecking goes it? So Catastrophe's asking, the pirate crabs. The pirate crab facts are not defeated. We made it up to 190 crab facts. If you didn't get to see the whole stream, you missed out on me nearly vomiting laughing. You know what? I'm just gonna get you the Twitch highlight because I've not done an export of it just yet. Laura. As I'm sure you've probably come to know from between like the varying streams and hangouts, Laura's a fucking legend. And when requested by, God, I forget who, requested to do like a Valley Girl accent, busted out this, the single greatest retelling of Dune to date. And I couldn't keep a straight face. I couldn't do the voice. I thought I was going to vomit from laughter. Well, actually, Catastros, what's been strange, because you're saying I need to cap off the lights. Sorry, bear with me just a second.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
1 more month until the ship child.
Just one more. But how will you raise this child, Jackie? Sorry. Jackie, Ehrman, good morning, all of you. What ho and welcome. Jackie, thank you for 8 months. Sorry if I'm a little bit like, ooh. I am trying to work out, I'm trying to make sure that we don't have a persistent problem for the rest of the day. Okay. Okay, we seem to have stabilized. So, friendos, hello, good morning. I apologize for asking more of you. If you wouldn't mind hitting refresh on your browsers, that should bring everybody into the same time frame. If we start having more internet problems, then I will shift us over to my phone and we'll go hang out with the guinea pigs. But right now, touch wood, should be okay. Camille, good morning. Hello, friends. How goes it? Well, see, Ehrman, we've been having this problem with it's whatever the I forget the technical term because I'm still on my first coffee, but it's the box that supplies internet to the block of flats. There's a problem with it somewhere. Like, we've replaced the router, we've sorted everything else out, and so now we're in that. It's one of those problems that is so intermittent as to not be obvious. So every time we call them, we're like, we're having internet problems. And they go, we've just run a diagnostic and we're not having any problems. We're like, no, we're still having problems. We've been having problems for weeks. So it's one of those ones. It's one of those ones. Okay. So, now that things have chilled, technically, hopefully sounding okay, not sounding too scrabbly. We have got a feckin' interesting game to have a look at today, and I am very excited. I've been very excited since I found out about this game existing. But I just want to make sure that we're doing okay. I mean, Gitned, we're with CenturyLink, and CenturyLink have been great to us until now. This is the first issue we've had. But our other choice is Comcast. Xfinity, no less. And I would sooner twist some of my extremities until they popped. Sorry, that was a bit graphic. Camille, how are you doing? For those who don't know, so Camille's generator broke yesterday when the power went out. And it needs emergency repairs. Now it's up and running as they wait for the island to get internet. So you're just, to get power. So you're just chilling and nilling on your phone? I mean, Camille, if I wasn't running late today, what I'd probably do is just, like, bring you a little basket of internet. You know, like, one of those little coveted ones. I'm not really great when it comes to making internets, but, like, I'm sure store-bought would be fine. Gitned said if they could move off Telcom, they would. The Comcast of their country. Ugh. I mean, if it makes you feel better, we had a pro-tier Comcast line when we were running all the before times nonsense. And the only difference between, like, a pro line is that you have a person that actually apologizes to you directly when things are fucking disastrous. Okay, so Camille's saying the main floor now has power. Can work, but the office is a dark, dark cave. Yeah, that's understandable. Oh, and Cryosticks, that sounds fucking lovely. Sorry I didn't say a proper hello when you came on in. Sea Witch as well, hello, hello. Friends, if you've not gotten a hello from me, tell me. I will change that. Because it's that thing of, you go live and suddenly it's like, technical problem, and I'm like, fucking God! And Ikoa, how are you doing? This week has been fucking lovely so far. I mean, Fiona's got the whole new job dance, so she's getting onboarded to about a gajillion systems. And obviously, there's a lot of things about her job I can't talk about. I did have the realization this morning, though, that Fiona's going to have to learn how to use Jira, and I just cackled while pouring my coffee. Wolfcrat says, what if you've gotten 2 hellos today? Well, don't tell everybody, then I'll have to do a second round. And Ehrman in Hobbit voice, oh, what about second hello? Yeah, after Saturday's bombasticness, I just conked out. I spent Sunday on the sofa, and I mean, I was either asleep or playing video games on the couch. I roused myself briefly to play Back 4 Blood, and then went back to the couch. Thankfully, Jackie, I don't think Fiona's going to have to deal with Salesforce. I only had to deal with Salesforce for like 8-9 months. And honestly, if Salesforce was a physical thing that I could... Yeah. Although, I can't really diss Salesforce. It's just Salesforce came from a very strange... Okay, Mike is quiet, get some music. Thank you, Sedlin! There we go. I'm still tweaking the mix after doing the ASMR stream, so friends, do let me know if it's sounding weird or bad. Yeah, back for blood, more like back to sleep. Jafar James gets me. No, I've been playing The Last of Us Part 2, and I am glad that I decided to jump into it off-screen, as, oh boy, it does not feck around. But I'm in this weird kicker at the moment, friends, where I'm just playing zombie games. In my downtime, the 3 games I am playing are 7 Days to Die, Back for Blood, and The Last of Us Part 2. And I'm like... And so, to break things up, to mix things up wholeheartedly, friends, today we're going to be playing a zombie game. Alright, so friendos.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Will .x is still broken?
Well, I don't know if broken. I drastically overslept this morning, so I think there's still a part of me that's still recovering, you know? And like I said, like, I drank on Saturday night, and Sunday was just sleeping. Like, I was just out cold in varying degrees. Oh, stammering! I saw your post, staying up till dawn playing They Are Billions. I probably should have warned you about that game because it's very good. Oh, Cam Steph went for the double threat match, getting a flu shot and a booster the same day. Oh boy. Yeah, I have no doubt that getting the booster is going to kick my ass, but gotta keep that sweet 5G. Keep going. Okay. So now that the internet is stabilised, now that we can talk proper, how are you all doing, you lovely mother hubbards? Blizzard's on fire? Like, oh boy. Oh boy. Sorry, I guess to riff off of what Favor6 was asking, like, I woke up very late this morning. I woke up at literally the crack of midday. My current alarm, either it went off or it didn't, but it had no effect on me as a person. And I look at my phone, it is literally midday, and I'm like, feck! So I'm sitting in the bathroom, and I bring up my phone, I'm like, alright, let's see what's going on in... Oh, God! And, okay, Catastros, you are correct. It's not that Blizzard... Well, okay, Activision Blizzard, like, this is one of those things where the company... Like, we need to make sure we are leveling critique at the entity, not just a specific part of the entity that's much easier to throw bricks at. Sorry, but just quickly to answer Catastros' question. So, all hail... Lyris Dragon, who will be Jarl for a long time. You know what we were saying about Will running his mouth? Fiona stood right there, and was during the ASMR fake Yorkshire Pirate Facts Day. Yeah, that's a thing that happened. Still kind of reeling from it. During that, and was like, how much to do the Perun voice? And so I said a number. Well, okay, no, it's better to say that what Fiona was asking was the same as what had gotten me into that mess in the first place. So I said exactly the same amount. And... Friends... But it's not that I did it again. It's that Fiona asked a question and I knew the answer to it. And so I said it. And Lyris went, bet. Either that or Lyris took that personally. So, I got to bust out my new calendar. My effing birds calendar. So, friends. Robot T-Duck says I was telling the same story last time I went, yep. Except for it's happening again. So, friends, you will be getting a Perun stream on the 29th of January. Because Lyris is working over the holidays, so. Kisa. Yes, you're right. I was going to try and come up with a clever. So you're going to get a holiday of the Perun voice. Fiona's actually working to see whether or not it'll be an official Perun stream. I mean, like Perun the guinea pig with Perun voice. Well, we're working on that, Alnus. We're working on that. I mean, heck, maybe even both. Oh, and Lizzie, what's up, friend? How are you doing? We're having some little technical issues over on my end. They seem to have stabilised. Sadlin says, all I'm hearing is 2 months to get a Perun VTuber rig set up. Psh, nah, just get little big man and some hay. Just give him a little block of hay, he'll be feckin' happy. None of this VTubing nonsense, except no substitutes. Real guinea pigs. Hey, Favor 6. Okay. Someone asked me a question, and I started to answer, and then I managed to not say it. Because someone said, like, how much to go to Yorkshire and do a stream in the Yorkshire voice. And I started to go, well, it would probably cost about... And then I shut my mouth. So I'm very proud of myself. An extra dinosaur sticker for me. So Saban says there's been a big Google Cloud outage today. It's been hammering all kinds of services. Okay. Well, at the moment, I'm just seeing teeny tiny amounts of dropped data, dropped frames from our point. But yeah, so Lyris, well, I did manage to stop myself from the others, but the thing with Fiona's question was, I already know the answer. Like, you already know the answer. And so it feckin' happened. Again, Lyris, thank you so much. You feckin' legend. And I've decided what I'm going to treat myself to. I've decided my treat. Friends, I'm going to get myself a Sega Saturn. I put a shout out to see if anybody had like a Sega Saturn they weren't using. And everyone immediately just sent me links to emulators and was like, oh, do you know there's a game store down the road? I'm like, yes, I know there's a game store down the road. But if someone had one that was gathering dust and wanted to go to a good home. But that's going to be my little treat. So I'm going to build like a little Saturn like shrine here that I could just have on during the day. Because I really like the idea of that. You know, in the new year, I'm going to look at changing the light setup. So moving the key lights further out, getting a ring light here, like getting it more grounded. I have to accept that my pasty flesh and that my that wasn't good. That was bad. Feck it. The light's giving me shit because I'm talking about them. Great. Brilliant. Oh, well, Lizzie, that is lovely to hear. It's always lovely to hang out. Could be ghosts. Could be ghosts. I mean, I'm fine with that. I mean, it always amuses me when seeing posts about, like, haunted houses in the US and stuff like that. It's like, oh, this house is over 100 years old. It's like, mate, that's a fucking new build. Like, it It is impossible to find an unhaunted house in the United Kingdom. Okay, demon spider clowns. That's something we got to worry about. And Vanderbeest, what, oh friend? Let's hop on forward. Yes, so that's going to be my little treat, Lyris. I mean, as you know, all cash that you lot send in, we spend it on keeping ourselves upright, keeping the animals and ourselves fed, and keeping a roof over our heads. Fiona's been 2 days at a new job, so in a month we're going to be a 2-paycheck household again, and I'm still going to be very careful with the longship coffers because I'm not good at spending money, except from friends. But that's mainly because that way I don't feel so guilty when, like, in the future I'm like, hey, I don't have any money, can I scrounge a pint? Well, Lyris, if it's something you decide to do, like, I will say, like, streaming can be a really good way to get through your backlog. Like, Kaitish just got back from the highlight of Gundam retelling, right? I just, like, I can occasionally be entertaining and funny, but in the same way that if you throw enough spaghetti at the wall, eventually you get a note from your landlord. Like, occasionally, nuggets of humour will tumble forth from what is like a scattershot approach. And I can tell a good story with a decent punchline, but that, like, I felt like I was under a barrage of genius humour when Laura busted out the the Barbie Dream Jeep as a replacement for the Bezagenerates. I thought I was going to vomit from laughing. I'll just bed with, thank you for the money. We spent it on bottles of vodka in hilariously shaped bottles. I will admit I've looked at a musket of booze before, but I'd never get on the plane. Yeah. Nuggets of humour. It's a guinea pig in a little clown costume. The nuggets are doing lovely, by the way. So Robot T-Duck says that there's an abandoned hospital near where they used to go to school. People used to say there was killer clowns you could see through the windows. Honestly, I'd put mannequins in clown outfits if there was a feckin' abandoned hospital nearby. If only to shit up some urban explorers. Ben, well, I could say that the Nuggets, the household misses you, friend. I got to hang out with another expat when we did Fiona's little impromptu celebrations. And there's fascinating bunch we all are. Fascinating bunch. Jafar's been posting to the YouTube channel, at least working on art. Way cool. Throw that in self-promo. Lyra says that the problem is basically they have gaming ADD, going from one game without finishing any of them. I like to think of that as that's where the muse takes you. The great thing about having a wonderful video game library is you can kind of play little bits of them. And I guess the interesting thing is because a game isn't just a narrative, a game is an experience. So you can play a little bit of it, get an understanding and a grounding in that game, and see if it takes you. You might come back to it. I have games like Ruin Arch and Keeper RL that I won't play for so long. And then suddenly, I'll binge for like 2 days. And Ems, how are you doing? I'm doing lovely. I ended up staying up playing The Last of Us Part 2. And sorry about this. I ended up staying up late, played The Last of Us Part 2, and slept through my alarm. And We had some technical issues at the start, but the gang's all here. I've got this much coffee to work through, and we get to dunk on Kotick today. And sorry, we shouldn't make light of the real damage and real harm that like shit-eel executives like him do, but it's rare that these moments are rare. Ems is doing alright. Got snacks and a chai latte. Ooh, got to see Aurora in concert on Saturday. Things are good. Yo, Ems, all I could think of when looking at your photos from that was The Wicked and the Divine. I kept squinting to see if I could see the Amaterasu eye makeup. So Orchardini picked up a cultivation-themed dwarf fortress last night. Oh, lovely. And Flip, good morning. Hello, hello. I've actually got my proper voice and everything now. What ho and welcome. There we go. That's a proper oomph. Flip, what were you up to? What were you playing? Jumping back, Aikawa was saying games sometimes need the right mindset. Very true. Recently started multiple games they can see are great, but just not right now. That's a good point. I mean, Orchazini, if you want to just throw a link to that one in the arcade channel, that would be feckin' rad. Robot T-Duck is basically living off coffee at this point. See, coffee is a necessity. Without it, I cease to function. Tea is a passion. Like, it's like sitting down with a good book. Like, tea is something that I thoroughly enjoy. Unless I'm sick, in which case it's like a medicinal. Oh, Flip was trying to play Lost Planet. Yeah, Lost Planet is an arse. For streaming Lost Planet, the best thing to do is capture card and the 360 version of it. Like, it does irk me that Capcom has not revisited those titles, because there's a whole slew of games that Capcom released that were tied to Games Windows Live, and they're a feckin' nightmare to get running. Kimball's playing Raft. I don't have to do that unless I get a purple tick. And we consistently seem to hang out at about 50 people on the longship. Lars needs to get a Pro Controller for the Switch. They are very worth it. Very comfy. Though, weirdly, GameCube's always been one of my favourites for comfort. Clank's waiting for a build to compile. I am doing lovely. Compiling. The rendering of programming, I should say. Yeah, Clank, now the technical issues have stopped and the coffee's been poured and the company is here. I'm doing great. Oh, Gitned's been on Deep Rock Galactic. Good choice. Oh, and Grim Fandango Remastered. A fine vintage. Oh, Starring was just saying that they settled on a cheap 20 quid controller for the Switch. I mean, good shout.
You're tense, I'm calm.
Alnus is using
excessive force.
a Mutant
I
GameCube
control that
Switch
force with
USB
fluid
controller.
motion.
Lovely. And Ben's been knee-deep in Tetris Effect Connected. Ooh, that just popped up on that. I also have that, but I have not played it. M says maybe fuck around and play Oxenfree for Kentucky Route Zero again. Yep. Oh, Aikoa's been back on Opus Magnum. Yeah, someone should have warned you about how good that game was. No, in fairness, I think it was mostly the Opus Magnum talk happened during the some of the stream hangs, the Discord hangouts. I got right back into it along with Sadlin and a few other people. I'm at the point of the confined space puzzles, and I haven't got back into it there. Earl's finally been playing Bear With Me. Got through Lost Robots. Oh, how do you like feelings?
Right.
And yet, still playing Shipbreakers, getting back into the Republic. And Favor 6 with, how did the hipster burn his tongue? Drank his coffee before it was cool. My hipster's still real. Did they die out? Hey! Good morning, Tasty. What ho, friends? Lyris just started Death Stranding as well, but also subscription Subnautica and Witcher 3. Yeah, friends, I don't know how you put up with me playing Inscription. I really don't. I'm very grateful for it, but I was watching someone go through it, and it's killing me that I can't just tell them to do the thing. And they keep getting to this point where I'm like, you should do the thing. But they wait until they're on the first part, the roguelikean. Anyway, I don't know how you lot put up with watching me play Inscription. Ems, to answer your question about how I feel about Kyle's tweet, I'm still getting responses from that one after getting called the feck out. Oh, Dory, that sounds way cool. I'd heard that there was a really interesting modding scene for Heat Signature, but I haven't had the chance to really get into it. That was a game that one of those games that I binged both on and off stream, and then I was kind of like, okay, done with it. And I know how Tom builds his games, so it's unlikely that he'll go back to it, but I felt like Heat Signature had the potential to be a much bigger game. You know, bigger ships, more variation. I would definitely be for that. Oh, Kisa says it was a rough time watching me play Inscription? Okay. Oh, and Captain Steph, when you have the cash, treat yourself. I will say, though, I agree with everybody on Inscription that I'd really love... how to phrase it? I see people's love of the just traversing the board up area in the cabin and would love just a repeatable version of that. Like, sign me the fuck up. I'd love to be able to play that ad infinitum. That would hit my Loop Hero vein, if you know what I mean. And yes, Lizzie, I will probably need excessive amounts of burn cream for Kyle's Halo tweet. Just getting savaged. Lyris and they're willing to play Pony Island the Hex now. Definitely the Hex. Pony Island's very interesting. What? Clank, what kind of ads is Twitch throwing at you? Because you shouldn't be getting any. Like, I have it turned to the absolute fecking minimum of adverts, which should just be it vomits one at you when you first come in. Okay, and Ems has been tracing the migratory patterns of hipsters. It seems that the tribe has disseminated, as were mainly rich white people trying to find a new visual form of counterculture to embody. Hook. Firstly, it's not a cult. Secondly, Twitch ads don't do diddly. Like, you'll throw in so much to keep us going, but when I look at how much comes in from ad revenue, it's like 90 cents a month, if that. Like, the 90 cents month, that was a bumper crop. And the amount that adverts are incredibly annoying versus keeping this thing going. Drinking too much espresso can cause a lot of problems. I mean, Ben, you're not wrong. Now, for a Milky Way from Amazon Fresh and enough to acquire 50-cent Blood on the Sands with money left over. Oh, sorry. Multi-track Drifty Potato. So, I was saying that glad they played Pony Island first. Same. I will say, I'm glad we played a shit ton of the Hex. The Hex does still have value, but Pony Island's one of those ones that once you know it's going to go meta, it has a different kind of hit to it. Oh, a Night Valen. What's ho, friends? Yeah, Curly Whirly's 15p. That's the premier one. Feckin' Freddo's at 10. Shenanigans. We didn't have an on-site sweet shop for... Was it middle school? Yeah. What was that one? No, that was Petworth. Yeah, we didn't have one for Petworth. So what people would do is buy shit tons of like Curly Whirlies and stuff and then sell them at a markup. We're a pretty industrious bunch of fuckers now, think about it. Yeah, Aldous, 50 cent adjusted for inflation. And Lyris, thank you for topping up the pint glass. Okay, so Inscription good, play the Hex. You deserve it. This week, alright, so while I was a disaster in getting up this morning and with technical problems which seem to have subsided, we have a lot of bangers this week. So, once we're done having a natter and a chatter, we're going to get into The Last Stand Aftermath. This is a roguelike zombie game. But the reason why I'm so excited for this one is that this is the direct follow-up to the seminal Flash game series, The Last Stand. So, like, before The Walking Dead was even put to paper, before the resurgence of zombies as a subculture, as a cultural juggernaut, back when it was still like a nerdy thing that only people who watched Night of the Living Dead too much really cared about, there was a Flash series called The Last Stand, where you hold the line against waves of zombies, shoot them, go scavenging during the day. It was part of the movement towards... God, I think The Last Stand might even predate the Zombie Survival Guide, the book, which is the precursor to World War Z. It was one of the earliest games that we know of to get a publishing deal as a Flash title. So while originally on Newgrounds and a lot of other sites, Armour Games actually picked up the team Con Artist Games to bring their games over to the Armour Games site. So yeah, they were picked up with a traditional publishing deal, which is feckin' cool. Lamelot. The Last Stand collection got re-released on Steam this year, and I'm proud to say I played through all of it, like 1, 2, 3 in one run, and managed to do a full Chivo clear. Very proud of myself. I'd had to do one restart on the second one because I got a bug. Otherwise, I would have just... It was like muscle memory. It was great. Anyway, so Aftermath is the follow-up to that series. Came out literally today, and it's a top-down-ish isometric zombie roguelike. The idea is that you are infected, so you're trying to get as far as you can before the infection or the dead take you. The team behind it, Con Artist Games, did pop into chat, a couple of days back, and have been kind of. They gave me the copy we are playing today. They didn't need to do that. Like, I was going to pick it up for myself anyway, and I'm not blowing smoke when I talk about the Flash era, because it's fascinating how much of it became a touchstone for us, like in terms of video games. Like, to even think of zombies being a niche within a niche, like zombie games being like things that people would mod into other games and talk about, blows my tiny mind. Whereas now, like, Call of Duty Zombies is one of the big yearly touchstones of our industry. I mean, God, and I think that like The Last Stand was dropping at the same time as, was it Crush the Castle, the precursor to Angry Birds, where you just had a trebuchet and different kinds of ammo and you had to destroy a castle. God, Angry Birds got its own fucking movie, which still blows my tiny mind. I haven't actually watched the Angry Birds film because I'm worried that if it's good, something in me will break. Stamming, alright. Everyone loves a good flash every now and then, I tell you. Yeah, Catastros, you're right. Back then, zombies super niche. Now, Call of Zombies, the duty. Yeah, I speak the old names. Jackie, is there a second Angry Birds movie? Feck me sideways. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to trying this. Now, I'm not saying I've had no hands-on with this ahead of time. Con Artist Games still, gotta love that name. Gotta love that. Have not given us any cash. This is not a sponsored stream. But as you know, I'm probably going to be very keen for this. So do have a yell at me if I start being a bit monosyllabic. Right. Do you want to talk about Bobby Kotick being a piece of shit? Or do you want to talk about zombies? We can talk about whatever we want. I should say confirmed POS. As he allegedly knew about all the shenanigans that have come out. Sorry, I'm just, I realised I hadn't added Little Kitty Big City into my Steam wishlist. I can't imagine any of you didn't see this doing the rounds because everybody was retweeting this throughout the weekend. But just in case, Little Kitty Big City, you're a little cat, you're lost in the big city. You've got to find your way home. That's it. The thing that got everybody, at least in the games industry sphere, talking about it was that the planned release date says cats don't have deadlines. Then Favor 6, you are truly blessed. I mean, then allow me to put that game on your list. It looks like a cute, adorable... what's the term? It looks like a cute, adorable articulation on Untitled Goose Game. Not quite a physics nonsense I'm up. Not quite a puzzle game in that interesting little space between them, you know? Excuse me. Cat's in for life. At some point, friends, I do want to stream. At some point, friends, I do want to stream The Good Life with you all, which is the sweary game where you play a small town investigator trying to find out what's going on, and you have the ability to turn into a cat. I'm very much looking forward to that one. And I'm still waiting for Annapurna's in a world where all the humans are gone and it's populated by friendly robots. You also play a cat. I'm very looking forward to that one as well. Oh, excuse me. Cheeky tea burps already. I know, I'm so classy. I'm so classy. Right. No! I mean, Strags, good morning. That's a sad story. That's not a good story at all. Strags is continually amused that there is an alcohol named Strager. There's a drink called Nobody Likes a Strager. Sorry, Nobody Likes Strager. Lies. Who is making beverages based on lies and slander? Tasty's asking if this is just the year of the gaming cat. I'm okay with that. God, I don't know if we could even sum up what this year's really been in gaming-wise. It's been a glorious smorgasbord. It's not like the year of the bow or anything like that. But I wonder if it's because we haven't really had, like, a big focusing lens. We haven't had E3 to focus all of our attention on, like, a handful of titles. Okay, so Strager's saying that the alcohol after the namesake is pretty harsh. See, now the challenge is, can you turn that into a tasty beverage? But anyway, how are you all doing? What and welcome, friends. There were a couple more fucking drop frames. So glad the internet is being a monstrous cockwomble at the moment. We're gonna press ever onward. We're gonna press ever onward. I'll get the game booted in a little bit. Alna says this is the year of Waluigi. It has in fact not been anything major since it has become the year of Waluigi. Yeah, stammering. Not like I need it to work. To function. Okie dokie. Okay, no, we're good. Just watching things like a little hawk. Let's have a little bit more natter and banter time, just in case things decide to feckin' keel over. And Roni, back love to you. How are you doing, friend? Fiona is working full time at the moment, so if she pops in intermittently, I'll be like, hey, come on in, say hello. But yeah, no, how's it going with your good self? Okay, Tasty, have a lovely rest of your day, friend. Take care. Okay, so things to talk about. So today, we're going to be playing The Last Stand. Tomorrow, we are playing Demon Turf. Demon Turf is by the same team that did Slime San, and it looks gorgeous. It has this feckin' fresh art style that I'm all about, and I'm so looking forward to showing you. We're going to keep going with Tales of Iron on Thursday because I loved that game. I want to do little side missions. I want to bean more frogs in as an adorable little rat prince. We will restore that town to its glory. Because honestly, Tales of Iron had such subtle brilliance in its craft that I hope you lot enjoy watching it as much as I'm getting stuck into it. Friday is obviously the Blackout Club, and on Saturday, friends, we're doing another, I guess the start of No Grey November 22. And we're going to be building the Magikarp, or as it's known, the Gendom. Check this out. Oh, I forgot to turn the lights on. I forgot to turn the lights on! So, this is what we'll be building, but this is how it came as my birthday present. Look, it's a Gendom by Bandai Namco! Look, it's got a little hat! I am very looking forward to building that. Honestly, I want to just take a couple days off from the world and just build Gundam. We're spoiled for great games and wonderful things happening, which is not a problem. I know. I'm whinging about a non-problem. But I want to do the big unicorn, but I also got the Nightingale, but I also got so many Gundams! Yeah, so that's going to be Saturday. Also, we're starting to get some more guests back on, as I've finally had enough time to rest and get my arse in gear. So, friends, next Tuesday, Anya Combs is going to be joining us. Now, some of you might remember her from way back in the day. She is the person to talk to at Kickstarter about video games. And I am bringing her on for some tough love, because despite it being the year of our Lord Waluigi 2021, people are still making very basic mistakes when it comes to their Kickstarters. So I'm going to bring her on, I'm going to have a natter, see if anybody's got any questions or anything like that. It's going to be more of like a hangout and problem solve than a straight up interview. Oh, sorry, Brony, I didn't see that you've been pulling 10 hours of overtime. Bleed Nora. I'll be alright, friend. Hookshot, you're right. If you don't host a Kickstarter, you can never fail it. No, what inspired me was, and I'm sorry to call them out like this one, but the team behind Whoopo did a Kickstarter for their follow-up game, and they should have had an easy peasy slam dunk, and they did not. They, despite having an existing community and an existing fan base, they leveraged none of it. They just kind of announced it, hoped, and I found that very, very disheartening, because as someone who probably has the world's largest amount of WUMs in one place, I wasn't made aware of it until it was like halfway through, and I'm just like, if I don't know about it in advance, like if your most engaged nerd doesn't know about it, like how's everyone else supposed to know? Let's put on some Zelda and chill. No, put Pokemon and chill. There we go. Wolfcrad saying, instead of the if the game is good, it will sell itself, it's more like if the idea is good, the Kickstarter will work. I think that's it. There's loads of basic things. Like, one, you don't start pushing a Kickstarter once it's gone live. You do it well before. And Fable 6, Ouya doesn't count because hardware is a much easier sell to people than software. You don't have to push it as much. If your game isn't based on an existing IP, thank you, River. Kickstarters can be tricky, but not impossible. And you really need that momentum from the get-go. You can't just send out press releases. Most journo friends I talk to just have Kickstarters filtered to auto-spam, because there's so many press emails that go out about Kickstarters. Most of them you'll never see because they're not good. Yes, Alnus, you're entirely correct. When you have a fan base in advance, the reaction to a new Kickstarter should be finally, rather than, oh wait, when did that happen? And Jafar James, you're right. You've got to promo it. And you've got to start that ahead of time. See, River's very passionate about this. Oh yeah, Wolfcrad, survivor bias is massive when it comes to Kickstarters. And the thing is, no one ever talks about about the amount of work they do to set it up. They just go, oh, we had a great Kickstarter, so happy we're moving forward. They're like, no one's like, hey, so I've been awake for 18 days, making sure that everyone knew about this Kickstarter when we pushed the go live button. So yeah, basically like, Anya is a fecking legend of a person. Incredibly powerful. So at very least, just having her to chat to is going to be a huge boon. But I'm hoping to get some people thinking about, if anyone's thinking about doing crowdfunding for their games for next year, bringing them in and being like, yo, you need to come sort this out. Tomok says they wonder how much FF3 sold in the Ouya. Do you mean like good old Final Fantasy 3? Final Fight 3? Acronyms are the absolute bane of my existence. Oh, Freddy Fish 3. Sorry, I'm not with the Freddy Fish hardcore community. Also, Tobok, I hope I said a proper hello. I didn't just Oh, M says that there's another person who want to chat to. Nicole was one of the first Kickstarter employees, worked mainly in their video game outreach and programming. Yo! Way cool. I think we'll have enough of a powerhouse with Anya, and mainly because I wanted to bust out kind of like the stern knuckle dusters of like, right, this, you know, we're here to make sure your video games get funded and that you get to make your game. So the time for cuddly soft loveliness is over. But yeah, Tomok. God, the Ouya was a mess and a whole bunch. Oh, Roni says hello.
Oh, what's that?
Dathroni.
Oh, Dathroni.
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 I could have said it better.
Roni's been in our house.
I know. Said they missed the piggies, miss you, miss River.
I still have that cute picture of her and her and Cleo.
How means
And
it?
Roni's so small. She looks so big in her arms. Hi. I'm actually clocked out for like a break, so I can do this.
Oh, you can come hang out.
I'm coming to hang out for a minute.
Oh,
I also need to
cute.
walk River.
Okay. Yeah, it was being an arse earlier, and I was just like, cool, great, it's gonna be one of those mornings.
I think it might be a cable issue.
If it was a cable issue, we'd see a consistent like problem throughout. We can replace it and give it a test.
Might not hurt to just get a cat 8.
Do I just keep adding numbers to cats?
Well, it's because they keep getting better.
I mean,
Hi friends, I'm very tired.
I'm tired.
I slept like 4 hours last night. It was great.
It's bad that when I come to bed and you're awake.
And I'm just like, oh, and you're like, oh no.
But you got to stop putting the good bits of.
I didn't expect that
Hugo.
episode to come on.
Because that's too funny.
Oh, it was really good. Sleep is for the weak.
That is literally who sleep is for.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. You ain't wrong.
I mean, I can't throw any shade because I slept through both alarms.
Yeah.
I threw my pale naked ass out so you could start work.
It was like, it's 10 o'clock, I have a meeting, get out. I did work for an hour ahead of time.
Yeah.
I
Oh, Vanderbeek says no one tell Fiona there's a Pokemon on here.
oh my god.
Look at this Pokesnap.
Look at this Bulbasaur. So yeah. I just wanted to poke her and say hi to everybody. I'm gonna go walk River because I didn't get her out this morning because I was not feeling good.
How are you feeling out there tonight?
Not feeling good.
Stammering's asking, what is the new job?
I'm a community manager for video game company.
Yeah?
That I'm not going to put it out there just right now because it is still very, very new and I have a lot of work to do.
They're not ready for...
They're not ready yet.
They're not ready for the full force of the long ship.
I wanna make sure that. Yeah. Ooh, fancy. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Katacho says congrats on the job.
Thank you. I've had a very busy morning. I was in meetings until literally now.
I did feel bad being like, can I come get my pants? I'm really sorry.
He thought it was hilarious. I'm sure he heard you through the mic. It's just like, I was like, we're gonna have a better setup here soon. I promise this is not gonna be a daily occurrence.
Akoa loves your hat.
Thank you, Akoa. We gotta put out the pillows and snackies.
Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah. Keith is here.
Jackios, how many of those meetings could have been emails?
None of these this morning. Yeah, I was lucky. I was lucky with the meetings today. They were all needed, and I got information out of all of them. I think that's just going to be this week.
It's just like, I mean, it's so curious joining a team as a person working remote. Like, I've never had that experience, so it's curious to go
All
around.
over the country, too. I think one of the artists is in New York. The other one's, like, the narrative designers in Montana. There's
Wait,
only,
Montana's real?
I know. It's shocking.
I thought it was named after the...
Aardvark.
Favor Six has just been gently rolling in terrible jokes.
I'm sore from grooming the dogs. I groomed Straga's dogs last night, and I'm sore in my back end. It hurts.
But we got fucking top tier
Delicious
food.
Do my stretchies.
Yeah.
Everybody do your stretchies. Move. I'm very tired, guys.
I'm the diet. Do your stretchies.
I don't make any sense because I'm tired.
Oh shit.
You can pretend Montana is real. I drove through Montana. I know it's real.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure.
Fires nuclear missiles.
No, it's okay, Strega. That means I was using like parts of my body that don't usually get used. Sore is a good feeling.
I'm like, get on the
Unless you're
pedal bike.
sore from like a car accident. That's bad.
That is bad.
That is not fun. Being sore by actually keeping active
From
is
automotive destruction, that is bad. Lamelot says,
hostile winds.
are you sure it wasn't Dakota?
It could have been N Dakota. I have the feeling of I don't know how to adjust to this life.
It will come with
It'll
with
come
time.
with time. I've been unemployed for way too long. I'm very tired.
Also, I just realised we got cheesy bread.
We do have cheesy bread. Cheese bread, and I have stuff to make pasta.
Bread's sick.
Because I'm like, I want to be able to go to the store, but I don't know when I'm gonna have time. I might order groceries to be delivered.
To come to this.
How did this happen to me?
Well, it's like you're doing all the onboarding and meeting everybody, and
And they want to schedule.
Ems just says order them.
Ems is like, order them? Or is that a question? Or just that it was the
I think that was
Are
a
you ordering
statement.
me to order them?
Stammering says that's how you know you've made it.
You're
Well,
too
we-
busy to go to the grocery store.
We are a fiscally sensible household, but if we were ever going to do it, like, your onboarding week would be the time to do it.
I might, but I want to go out of the house.
Ems is ordering you to order your groceries.
Ordering me to order your groceries, honor your body.
Well,
But what if I want to leave the house to go experience the outside world?
Welcome to my life. You're like, oh, I can't believe I have to go outside and, like, go shopping. I'm like, take me with you. Take me with you. I haven't seen another person in 19 years.
Anytime that I go grocery shopping with Adam, he looks like a sad puppy.
But I keep making friends with people. If a Pikachu evolves into a Raichu, what does a lame joke evolve into?
Got you.
Got you! Got it!
It's good, except for like got him is.
Yeah, Will over here is like, can I come too? Oh.
Oh, can I come with?
It's too sunny. Yeah, burst into
Just
flames.
everybody goes to be social at the grocery store.
I'm still...
quarantine edition.
Yeah. The fact that we've made friends with so many people in the booze section, though, is starting to worry me.
You're the one who makes them. I go in, I get what I need, and I leave. I make no conversation. I just get what I need and I leave.
I made friends. I actually need to bug the cool kid at the booze section because, like, we're gonna play this video game. Because apparently that's what I do, is I make friends with people and then I scream at their DMs, play this video game!
Outside World was a theme park. Aw.
Flip's like, I need some backing ingredients, let me drive down and we can go!
Whee!
Road trip!
Yeah, I think I need to get more baking things too, but it's still on the rocket docket is a full Sunday roast. Remember? That was the idea. That's
Now.
why we have a new cast iron, because I'm gonna make a big one of them. I keep wanting to say popover because that's an American version. Popover.
Oh, what now?
It's basically Yorkshire pudding.
Okay.
That's basically what it is.
Because a popover is when you show up at somebody's house.
No,
I'm just gonna pop
not
over.
here. Cast iron.
Dom's like,
yeah,
wait.
love cast iron.
Who's speaking? Because it's showing up Will's real voice. Oh yes, because it doesn't sound like this. Oh, hello! I did this voice for a whole day!
All day.
Hey, instead of white ace, try white lightning, or even treat yourself to a buckfast. Hi, I'm Will, the local enabler. Random person trying to just get booze to null the pain. Please stop speaking to me.
Yeah, cap stuff. I've never actually had a popover. My first experience with anything popover was a Yorkshire pudding. I think popovers are sweet, though. like cinnamon and shit in them.
Well, there's the Dutch babies. That seems like the same kind of thing.
And a Dutch baby is like the P&W version of a larger version of a.
Okay, I'm
a
learning.
Yorkshire
I'm learning.
pudding.
Okay, Aiko is asking, Fiona, is Will actually useful during groceries? Or is he the kid that talks to everybody and you need to drag him away from the toys?
Oh my god, you just nailed it. That's exactly what I have to do every time. He makes me walk through the toy section.
Yeah, but,
Every time.
okay, look. But if we hadn't gone to the toy section repeatedly, would I have found this teeny tiny Razor Crest model kit? No. Alright?
The Dutch baby can be sweet, but they also have savory versions. Student Strega have made them when we gone camping, and they're delicious.
Oh, the one with the fancy meats on top? Oh,
Aiko's like, knew it.
dream about those.
I mean, the amount of people that he'll talk to, and I just have to keep walking. That's what I do now. I don't like. I'm it's the same way you train a dog to stay with you. Is you just keep walking, and they realize that you're gone, and then they're like, oh no.
No, because that's how I end up making more friends.
But real question: is a pie a pastry? I wouldn't consider it a pie, a pastry, but it does have pastry in it.
Well, okay, Flip, let me answer your question with another question. Is a pasty a pie? Yeah.
A pasty's a hand pie.
It's a question for Flip. Don't give him the answers.
Of course.
See, you told him, you spoiled the test.
No,
You gave him the answer.
They said it already. They said it the same time that I said yes. It came out the same time. Traditional Dutch babies are sweet, but yes, savory is acceptable. They're
Okay.
delicious savory.
Friendos,
A pasty is a pasty. Pasty is a pasty. I'm sorry, I want to say pasty when I see that.
trust me, you do not want to mix up pasties and pasties.
I know.
One, because that's how you get burnt nipples. Just pop a couple of pasties on them. It'll be right good for the show. One A&E trip later. Do you know what I've been craving? Fucking Tesco tier pork pies. The little crunchy, like terribly bad for you pork pies. Don't ask me
He's
why.
like, damn it, Will.
Tesco
Remember the
value
burnt
pork
nipples
pie.
coming on Friday. Ems is like, Ems shall remember this. Also, as to sausage rolls. I was
Yeah.
gonna say when you said Tesco value pork pie, I was thinking you were gonna say sausage roll.
Now, Favour 6, I mean, the Greggs sausage roll are great, but it's a different tier. Despite both being sausage rolls, they couldn't be more different.
I've had both.
They're like two different entities.
I've also had a pasty. What was really sad is my friends got me the pasty the same day that they were having like an American style like cookout on their balcony. I was in the UK. My friends are like, oh, we're gonna have a barbecue. We're gonna cook like burgers and hot dogs and eat like chips. And then my friends show up with this pasty, and they're like, you have to have this. You only have 4 days left in the UK. We went and stopped by a place that makes real ones, and they're like, you have to have it. But the thing was this fucking big.
Oh yeah, they're dense as dark, man.
Yeah,
Like
and
you
I'm
have one of
sitting
those
there.
and
It took
set.
me the whole day to finish this whole pasty, and I'm just like, this is delicious. But I'm watching everybody else eat hot dogs and burgers, and I'm like, I want to be part of that world, but I am here in this land, and I have to eat it because somebody gave it to me. Ninja Falcon. Feet. Hi.
The only advantage, because Stammering's like, you know what I might do tomorrow? Tesco value meal deal with a pork pie and a doner kebab for tea. All washed down with a proper sized pint.
Doner kebab.
I haven't found a kebab place yet. Sadlin
You
keeps
have to
mentioning...
find someone that does doner, though. If you want it doner, you have to go and find a place that does doner.
Sadlin knows a place. I just keep forgetting about it. I'll be honest, like... the only advantage we have, Stammering Gamer, is that the quality of different kinds of beers that you can get out
Okay,
here
Flip. Good
is
luck.
so good. Oh yeah, Flip. GG Nori. I hope you get it all sorted.
Doner is like, if I'm not mistaken, it's a specific style of cooking. And it's usually Doner, I think, is German. Hey.
Hey, Tomok! Hello. Bringing in the team to turn raid.
Yeah, there is that place. It's not real. It's not the correct way.
No. Although that place
Will has
is
been to that one.
that place is good. That's supposedly it's the German style of doing kebabs because it was called the Berliner, the place.
Well,
And-
Donner is it's a German term.
But anyway, the proper like kebab shop kebabs. It's like the sliced meat. Sorry, Toe forgot to have to do the host command, so brought in a raid.
Just
you know
read
what?
it. You know what?
Still counts.
Works.
You'll show up on the credits under raiders, not hosters. Are you
Yeah.
okay with that?
Hey, Lyris is like, I'm in. Woo! Protect. Mythical, sliced off the meat. Yes, it is delicious. Okay, you guys are making me hungry. I'm gonna make a sandwich. Get the dog out.
Oh,
I love you guys. I will talk to you guys later. Okay.
unless we
Bye.
find a place that will bring us kebabs.
I'll think about it. I'll look into it.
You give River a stroll.
I do need to give the dog a stroll.
Because, I mean, as you know, friends, we are real careful with money. I just figure, like, if like it's Fiona's first week, like, this is the week to be like, look, we'll just get a sandwich ordered. Something like that, you know? Akoa says, now you make me want a doner, but no money, he's already had dinner. That's the feckin' time travel of it. For us, it's a logistical question. Hook's like, careful, money, how? Keeping a house going. The house has been kept upright throughout this fucking shitfest of history, thanks to you lot. And I'm trying to think how to phrase it. It's like I don't want you to ever think that I am your responsibility to look after. So, like, while we do have some bombastic moments in the longship, you know, you never know what's going to happen. You never know if Twitch is going to detonate or what have you. So, I'm very careful with cash. And see, Ninja, I'd love to tell you that, like, I'm blowing money left, right, and center on Gundams. Most of them have been sent by these lovely mother hubbards. Because I started using my Amazon wish list as like a bookmark for Gundams, and then those Gundams started showing up. Okay, although except for Drunk Will from last year bought the box of Pirate Gundams that's over there. Oh, Alnus, that's decadent. That's decadent. Sorry, Alnus was saying that their ideal doner is meat, chili sauce, salad, served on garlic bread style pizza. Back in the yo, that sounds delicious. Well, see, stammering out here, there's a lot of gyro places and kind of more of the Greek style. So like, it's hard to find like good falafel places and good kebab places. They're not impossible, but it's like, it's easier to find a falafel place than a kebab place. Like, there's a place down the road that does really good ones. Falafel, not kebab. Cultural differences, you know? Do you know what was bizarre? Was New Zealand. It was so easy to find kebab shops, and they were fucking delicious. Okay, Catastros, you're right. I have been known to run my mouth when we've been having like late night Discord chats. Usually because I'm deep into the wine. So that has resulted. That has resulted. Favor 6, I'm sorry to hear that. See, over here, like, gyros are feckin' tasty and real easy to acquire. First time I had them, I think... God, I'm trying to remember now. Oh, alright, cool. Are we just gonna do like hungry time sexy talk now? Is that what we do? And Lizzie, I mean, I'm not blaming the wine. I imbue it. See, oh, that sounds good. But yeah, what I haven't found, I haven't had the chance to try is a proper, like kebab place. So that's what I'm looking forward to. Now I'm super fucking hungry. Okie dokie Lokies. So we've hit 2 p.m. I want to get this game booted and give that a quick run, if that's right with you lovely selves. We can keep talking about food, making ourselves monstrously hungry. I mean, it's one of the things that living out in the US does mean that you have access to so many different kinds of food just all the time. Like, living and working in Horsham, I still remember the massive queues for Burrito Day when the food market would be on a Thursday, and people would get out of... people would would go to lunch early to get in the queue to get the fucking burritos like locked in and loaded for lunchtime. God. Just because, like, sorry, and the reason that was such a big deal is that the variety of food that we had available to us was, I mean, what? Tesco meal deal, Boots meal deal, like, alright, great, I guess. Whoa. Let's get on the leftovers. Okay, so here we go, friends. I'm going to cook up a tweet. Let's get this game going proper and continue to make ourselves monstrously hungry. Port says, is Ecto Cooler back in stores now? Wait. Are we talking about the Ghostbustery glorious nonsense? Staring says, Lita's going through a food renaissance recently. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Recently had 2 food halls open up with many food stalls, different restaurants opening. It's amazing time for foodie, but horrible if you have money. Ikoa says that life would be complete if they had a good Mexican place and a ramen spot. The thing is, growing up in the UK, you don't have access to good Mexican food, so the baseline for most people in the UK is Old El Paso. And so everything above that for me is glorious. We have 2 places near us, which is Tacos and Beer, which is a great place. Ironically, I never order beer or tacos. I get margaritas and chimichangas. And the other place is called El Chupacabra, and it's amazing. Stooge and Strager took us to another place, which the name escapes me, but that was fucking glorious. Like, we're spoiled. And, yeah, down in the International District, there are some god-tier ramen places. La Palmera. Thank you for Strays. Lyra says there's wonderful hole-in-the-wall Mexican places here that are so good. Yeah. Flip. I don't know how much help I will be. I use an external Elgato HD60 and then just HDMI in. And for anything, honestly, yeah, and that's all that I've been using. I'm plugging that straight into good old Streamlabs. Streamlabs OBS for when you don't want to feck around. So I don't know how much additional help I can offer, but if you wanna, if you wanna ask, we have some very clever technical individuals here. Oh, was the Worms the one never set up? I'm sorry. Along with the Worms voice pack, Ben, I will get on that. Oh, and that's the other thing. Friendos, it is... 1, 2, 3. Alright, so it's 3 and a bit weeks until the Worms Armageddon tournament. I've not done sign-ups yet, but I can start doing them now. as in, we can start doing them this week if we really feel like it. We are going to be hosting another Worms Armageddon tournament on December the 11th. It is open to all of y'alls. It'll be hosted once again by Ben and myself. Ben's even made us cool overlays as well. So it's not going to be Will's last minute affair. Oh yeah, as Wolfgrad says, buy the game, do the challenges, they're great practice. Lyrus, okay, next Memnal is the 27th, so it is a week Saturday will be the next Memnal. Oh yes, I need to go back and see what happened to the upload of Season 2. I've got that on my book to sort out, so I will get on that this evening. Okie dokie. Bear with me just a sec. Wait, where's that? There we go. Okie dokie, please bear with me another second. No, we're good? We're good. Lovely. Okay, sorry about that. I started seeing some more wibbles on the technical side, but we seem to be okay. Boof. There we go. Oh, we're cool. And Lyrus, be sure to tell Baron about that, because you'll definitely make his day with that. Because, like, sorry, Lyrus was saying that they haven't. It's right after Thanksgiving. They'll be traveling back. Hope to make it in time, as I haven't missed one since I started joining over the summer. Hey, it'll be feckin' grand to have you there. Baron puts in so much work behind the scenes to make Memnol happen. Like, I cannot understate. I cannot understate how much work Baron puts in. I am just the focusing crystal of all of our group nonsense. Right. Tweet cooked. Game's ready. Knees weak. Arm spaghetti. But on the surface, he looks calm and ready. Yeah. Boof. All right. Let's get it going with a video game about some zombies. Thank you all for bearing with me while I get my stuff. Yeah, Wolfgrad, yeah, after the food talk, the hunger is real. Although, weirdly, I've had the strangest craving. Fiona does this glorious kind of, like, one part lazy food, one part glorious food of Nugs Parmesan, which is like chicken parmesan, but with dinosaur nuggets instead of like big breaded chicken, and it is god tier food. It is better than it has any right to be. And for some reason I have been craving that. But then sandwiches. Oh, playing with a controller is recommended. Alright. Good thing I've got my controller here. Oh, hey, Ikoa, get some sleep, friend. Get some sleep. I'll let you know how this plays. I'm feckin' excited to finally jump back into it. Though I wonder if there's something very, very gauche about going into a zombie game hungry. So Wolfgrad, this is The Last Stand Aftermath. This is a roguelike zombie game. We play an infected individual trying to make it from one part of the country to another. And that's as much as I know. It's a top-down-ish, isometric looking creation. Yeah, well, the thing is, it's still Arma Games. It's just they put together an in-house team to make games beyond just website titles. Also, spare a thought for the dev team behind this. The Kuaz, they're based in Australia, so I believe launch time for them was 2 o'clock in the morning. To have it in step with the rest of the world. Friends, launching a game in the oceanic regions is a special flavour of hell. That feckin' Dateline. Feck that Dateline. I hate it so much. So yeah, I have only seen a little smidgen of this. Everything from here, you know as much as I do. Hookshot's like, it is not fun! So without further ado, let's feckin' do this. Without warning, a previously unknown virus spread across the globe in a matter of weeks. Those who died changed biologically and were seemingly reanimated. Don't make me jump. Attempts were made by the military and Homeland Environmental Risk Control in order to contain the spread of the virus. They failed. I'm Matt Berry, and welcome to the end of the world. Fire the nuclear missiles. Some civilians are evidently presented as immune. This is an estimated 5% of the population and the only known survivors. We would need to find new ways to survive amongst the infected, to adapt and to change. But the world no longer belongs to us, accelerating to 40 miles per wolf hour. Father. A Down Under Dwarf just adding, can confirm, time zones are fun. God, I've got another cool guest lined up for next month, and the amount of time it took us to work out how, at what point they would be coming on the show. It's like an hour of my life I'm never getting back. I'm just gonna take over the planet and just declare universal will time. And we'll just remove the 15 years later. Okay. Wait, what? Why have we started? Are we out of fuel? I'll figure it out. Alright, be strong. Good luck. Okay, so this is our character. The car does not need repairing. Alright, so it just needs... And we'll move to sprint. You know what we're doing here. Ah, look. Hordes of the undead. Lovely. Wait, no, what's that other thing? Strager says, does 6 AM exist in Universal World Time? I don't know. What we'll do is we'll just have a name for each hour. And just keep it universal. So it's still 24 hours in a day, but it's not a numerical system. It's 6 AM becomes Blurglesdank. I was drinking till Blurglesdank the other evening. There we go. Oh. Okay. It's got the good old active reload system from Gears of War. Excuse me! No. Yeah, take it all. Take it all. Miscellaneous scrap, don't mind if I do. Tomok says, is there tea time in Universal Wartime? Absolutely. Now, the time, are you talking about tea as in the meal of the United Kingdom, or are you talking about like the beverage? Because everyone stops for tea. Tea time is designated by the requirement of tea rather than its chronological designation. But tea as a meal would vary dependent on your... So, it would be perfectly acceptable to have tea at Blurgelstank, but you wouldn't have tea time at Blurgelstank. Not that early in the day. Bacon says that they kept the Zambi screams from the original. Did they? I was too busy nattering. Wow, there are a lot. Papacha! Machete! Ammo for days, ammo for days. Yes, the joys of video game hand wavium. But I mean, as you well know, friends, like we're in the explosions. Oh, we're in the here's how you play part of a roguelike. So like, this poor character has the survivability of a comedy character in a horror movie, you know what I mean? Right now they are not looking good. Ah, this must be it. What have we got? I need to start the generator. Alright. So here's the generator. Sorry, again, I've been playing a lot of... Oh, that seems bad. 3 skulls? Don't mind if I do. I've been playing a lot of The Last of Us 2, and they use rope physics as one of their new puzzle-solving mechanics. So you end up starting a lot of generators, throwing a lot of ropes over things. Cool. Oh, this is bad. All this stuff. All these resources in the Zombocalypse. No one thought WD-40 might be useful. Oh, I'm not gonna make it. She's not gonna make it. She's not gonna make it. Oh, guns, bro. Sorry. No! Gatro says, has the survivability of a bag of chips during the finale of the Swedish Eurovision qualifier contest show and their family. Yeah. Tomok says, guess what the end of the first run would be? Guessing landmine. Landmines? Landmines? Okay. Death is not the end. The word outside the colony is harsh. People will die. This cell holds volunteers. Members of the colony who are infected and have chosen to make their last stand beyond the walls of the end. Each volunteer brings with them some gear based on their background. In the future, you will have more volunteers to choose from. Okay. So this lass has a revolver and a monkey wrench. Hopefully not a broken machete. Yeah, stammering. That's why it's called The Last Stand in this one. because it's not. If you didn't play the Last Stand games were more experiential than narrative. I mean, again, they came from a time when nobody made zombie games, and the basic premise was you're holding out throughout the night to survive against the zombie apocalypse until you're able to be rescued or move to the next city or what have you. Oh, and Hindle, good afternoon, morning, evening, a Blurgelsdank to you. We're working on Universal Will Time at the moment, and I've decided that each of the hours, rather than being numerical, would be named. That way, we'd have universal time, but people wouldn't feel the, wait, I'm getting up at 7 o'clock in the evening? That's strange. And Catastros, I do not disagree that that would be massively popular. We are a Eurovision enjoying house. Though for last year, I was the only person in our household that hadn't had the winner spoilt. After we clearly didn't do Cocaine live on television team with Cinch It. Although they were feckin' good. Like, no complaints. Alright, so we go talk to some peoples. Hey up, Armory. You got any goodies for me? Hector's like, let's get you geared up. Okay, so talk to Hector. I'd like to say we've got everything you need, but we have nothing right now. Shit, it's drying up out there. Like, dried up in the zone? Just simple economics. Got enough mouths to feed? Or just sucked it all up? Used to be that the strong survived. No, it's every paper bird. Oh, Hector, don't be a grumbly grum. Okay. So we've got a miscellaneous battery, some tinned meat, a revolver that looks like it is older than sin, and a big blunt wrench. Sturdy. And Tenori, well, how are you doing? What ho, friend? Welcome to the Last Stand. Warm ourselves by putting our backpack in the fire. And who is this? Doc Stedman. Did you used to work for Umbrella? And yes, tinned meat for basic sustenance and a glossy coat. And yeah, tonight we are doing lovely over here. This is the follow-up to an old Flash game series. I've been very excited to have a go at today. The coffee is good, the company is excellent, and you know what? The conversation's been lovely. Yeah, Catastros, he has massive Surgeon from Bioshock vibes. This guy... Anyways, that's how I lost my medical license. Alright, take this. It's an auto-injector for antivirals. You'll need to find Herrick comm stations and usually have refills. Okay, how long do I have? 3 to 4 days, typically. This mutation of the virus seems to be acting much slower than the one seen in the original outbreak. Mutation. Alright, something has caused a change in the virus. This is not critical information. You should go. Anything else I can assist you with? Supplies? Alright, medicine, weapons, munitions. My goal is to maintain these supply runs only with infected volunteers. At least we know more about why people are getting sick. Again. Yes, those of us that survived have been either immune or lucky since it started.
I may not be a real doctor, but you will be glad I'm around when you need me.
Let's practice medicine. Bacon, thank you for the 200, friend. You know we haven't heard from anyone beyond the wall in years. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Goodbye. Okay. Alright, I know you're dying, so I'll keep it short. Man, I wish meetings started like that. I know you're dying, so I'll keep it short. Doc said to most of you only have a few days. They probably didn't tell you when you signed up for this, but the colony is starving. We need you to go to the wall. Find a way out. We need supplies, weapons, ammo. but the dead zone has been picked dry. So take the car, find what you can, call it in. Any questions? Nah, I got it. I admire what you're doing. You can make a difference. I mean, I like the premise of... There was always something... one of the zombie tropes being... Always that when a person gets bitten by zombies, they then hide. They're like, oh no, I'm having a bad time. Yeah, I'm fixing to head out. Good. Now you look after Bessie for us. She ain't in the best shape. Fuel gauge is busted. But don't stress none. We've got a beacon on her so we can bring her back home. Just make sure you do our jobs. My boys can do yours. Alright, well, what's your job? Keep the colony running. The grease, baby! Used to be me and the boys would go on runs for days. But now we're on recovery duty on account of everybody getting sick. Oh, and Lyrish, thank you for filling the pint glass. Ah, Flip. Alright, what was it? Car's working! No, sorry. One of the zombie tropes that has persisted is the old person gets bit, doesn't tell anyone, surprise, bad times. The idea that Alright, out of fuel. Not again, I'll kill that asshole. Buzzard! Ah, sorry, boss. Boys must have forgotten to fill her up. You're downtown, right? We've got a drop zone there with some gas. Go grab it. If you get another volunteer killed. Well, I agree with, I believe it was Bacon who said, more like we've been voluntold. Alright. So, right now we've got about 36 rounds, and our weapon will last, our melee weapon will last for... Alright. Yeah, I don't know. Alright, let's get exploring. Oh. Yeah, it's one of those strange things of like... Yo! Okay, Down Under Dwarf, that's fucking lovely of you. Down Under Dwarf, thank you for 1,000 bits! Sincerely, thank you. Sorry, I am already getting into this, so what we're going to do is we're going to do enforced banter breaks between runs. So anytime I die, I will take a breath, I'll pour some more coffee, and I'll chat with your lovely selves. Because this game's already starting to get like the zombie bits of my brain firing. I've always loved zombie games. We used to play... God. So what we used to do is we used to do Unreal Tournament with a zombie mutator, which is that it would fill the level with zombies. But we'd use this realistic weapons mod. So you had like armor tier realistic guns versus zombies, and that was our favourite. God, I'm still trying to remember what that old one was called. I'm sorry, here's me all over the place. But no, Down Under Dwarf, that's $10 to us keeping this whole thing going. So thank you. Okay. But yeah, so Flip, that's one of those surreal things about streaming and encoding where things can get strange. Like, oh god, which one was the one that really didn't play nice unless I did like mainstream capture? I think it was Death Stranding. Okay, we've got a backup knife. Open your backpack. Equipped melee, equipped range. Okay, equipped pocket items. That's just a throwable brick. Now.
Hey Tom, it's Bob, from the office down the hall. It's good to see you, buddy. Have you been? Things have been okay for me, except that I'm a zombie now. I really wish you'd let us in. I think I speak for all of us when I say I understand.
When I say I understand. Why you folks might hesitate to submit to our demands. But here's an FYI. You're all gonna die screaming. Just hoarding everything up. Okay, so I'm gonna find the fuel stash, and here's the Herrick station. Maybe when Jonathan Coulthard was still a thing. I don't know why he's been popping up a lot on our little like watch party hangouts and stuff. All right. Oh, okay. Antiviral acquired. Serum that stops the infection for a short period. While active, you are immune to further infection from all sources. Okay. Oh, sorry, and Favor 6, thank you for the 200. Even if just to remind us of the classic of your brains. Alright, Doc says, do you find the antiviral? We're like, yep. Good, good. Remember, that dose will only last so long. So keep an eye out for heritage structures. Most had dispensers installed. Make sure to stay focused and get those supplies. Alright, so it runs out? Yes, it runs out. You'll need a new dose shortly after, so keep an eye out. When it is active, though, you'll be immune to infection. Okay. Okay. Crouchy, crouchy. Oh, cool. This is bad. Alright. Monkey wrench. Yeah, Lyris, I'm still kind of, I guess, like finding my feet in this one. So I think the idea is that the antivirals slow the speed at which we get messed up. Alright, so we can either give it a swift kick or bash it open with a weapon, but our weapon gets a little bit more broken. Okay. Sorry, I'm slowly learning this. Problem is now I've got the Jonathan Coulthard variant of Baby Got Back stuck in my head. So thank you for that one, Favor 6. Peoples. But no, sorry, I've always been obsessed with zombie games. Especially before the big explosion of zombie media stuff. I was a big fan of the how would you survive? I think it's a fun thought exercise. It can get a little bit too much into prepper mentality, which is a whole nother thing. But I mean, I agree with what a lot of feckin' yo. Flip, thank you for 1,500 in bits. Flip, I'd love to say that we did something to help you with your problems. I guess we were just like the digital rubber duck there. But no, seriously, thank you. That's a whole bunch of cash. Tomok says, how do you feel about the Sony games then? Do you mean like The Last of Us and stuff like that, or am I misunderstanding? Oh, Jackie says, find a cruise ship in port and bunker it out there. See, that's real cool. One of the things that World War Z, which is one of the games Fiona really enjoys, one of the things it did on one of its levels was the cruise ship, but then there's an outbreak. Because at that space, that many people. Anyway, sorry.
Is Dark Souls related to a zombie game?
I feel like Vanderbeek, that's both a question I want to joke with, but also talk about. Oh, Sunny has been released on Steam with a complete voice cast. Sorry, let me have a look. Tomok, I'm drawing a blank, but that might just be me being a stupid today.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
I never played this back in the day. I remember it being on Armor Games and some other places. But I never got the chance to play it because I had a pretty shit laptop when it dropped and I couldn't play it there. Sorry, and Unitax, thank you for 37 months. That's an inordinate amount of time. Oh, and Flip. That's feckin' kind of you to say. Thank you. Right. It's what we use to buy food and look after our dumb selves, so I'm very grateful. Oh. But yeah, sorry, I always enjoyed that conversation about like the Zombocalypse tier conversations. I don't know why, it's just something that's always like done that nice little like itchy scratchy yummy tasty part of my brain. Could be just I've always enjoyed zombie media, and it always gives you that lovely like, well, what would you do conversation. Also, you get to have those badass moments, but without any one group being the target or otherwise. Aiden, what, ho friend? Stammering says it seems like some of the classic Flash games are being re-released on non-Flash PCs. Yeah. I mean, Fancy Pants Adventure got a re-release. This got a re-release. Sorry, not this particular title, but The Last Stand. And I'm real happy for it. I'm glad to see, one, those games getting the attention they deserve, but also that there's no... Flash games were always dismissed, like, out of hand, because of their... That card does not need repairing. Right, well then how... Oh, here we go. Yeah. Woohoo! Sorry. Jumping back. I feel that the Flash game scene was seminal in what would become the indie scene. And often in conversations about the history of video games, they get dismissed a lot. And yeah, a Hookshot, I don't think you're wrong in saying that they were dismissed because a lot of them were poor quality and a lot of them were just porn. Okay, can't quite get there. But there was a lot of creativity and a lot of fresh ideas that came from that space. And what's good to see these games re-released on Steam is that we're seeing the value in them. But what's also lovely is to see how many people were affected by them, how many people whose journey into the creativity of games started in that space. For me, Flash games were very, very important because they were a huge reminder. Oh, LT to focus. Focus will give you insight and things around you. Oh, okay. Oh, an address book of knowledge. Okay, you've gained some knowledge. Some items you'll find will give you information that's useful to the colony. Find an upgraded radio to use this found knowledge to research permanent upgrades for volunteers. Okay, that's cool. So we've learned information about the area that we can pass on. We don't need a feckin' plank. That's quite a few infected. Oh, and JP, what ho friend, how goes it? Sorry. Let me just riff on this point before I start blapping zombies in the face. So, yeah, the Flash era of games led to a lot of creativity, and for me, it was one of those points where I started learning that the medium doesn't define the importance. That just because it's a Flash game doesn't mean it can't make you feel like stressed or invested or, you know, frantic. And Iron Imp, a good afternoon. What ho, friend? that Flash era taught me a lot about what we could make people feel with video games, regardless of the budget. Like, I'm really enjoying Last of Us Part 2. Shocking, I know. But when you think about how much money it took, I was joking with Fiona that I'm like, they managed, in The Last of Us Part 2, the animation quality and fidelity and everything they have done, they have on-screen kisses that look good. Making out in video games is the hardest. Matched animes are feckin' hard. But then I joke that, like, that quick kiss on the lips that looks like two people actually kissing probably cost more to produce than we make in several years. The amount of time between, like, programmers, art department, animators, everybody bringing their varying talents together to create the foundations that allowed for those two actors to then mocap that performance and then have that put in. Yeah, we're talking like hundreds of thousands of dollars. When you have that much cash, holy crud, it becomes a very different experience. But how do you create those kind of feelings? How do you create those kind of experiences when you've got fuck all money? And that's what I still... I'm so sorry, friends. That's what I take away from that Flash area. I still remember there was one project that was like a point-and-click puzzle game. Pretty much like or more like a hidden object than anything else. But it was based on the movie version of The Mist. And that shit me up for days. But it was just a Flash game. A lot of simple images, a lot of effects over. Hook's like, because that much for a kiss, I'll be alone forever. I know you have a child. And I'm pretty sure that takes making out. To Rogue Jeffrey, Watto. Yeah, the thousands of hours of QA. God. And okay, so this is the Laugh Stand Aftermath. This is... I don't know how to proc it just yet, but it's a roguelike zombie survival-y game. And it's kind of fascinating. Oh, okay, Hookshot brought their child on the free market. Nah, should have known that. JP just played a bit of Halo and it's super fun. Oh, I'm glad you're having a good time with it, friend. For a lot of people, it's been their kind of... Okay, fake stealth. Oh, okay, I think I understand it. Oh, crud vapors. So as we take damage, our infection meter increases, and so we won't be able to re-heal past that without using an injector. All right, I'm gonna get the kill on that one. Slain. But yeah, so Einib, how are you doing, friend? Ah, forgot me bloody point, didn't I? Oh, canned fish. Lovely. Oh, some more knowledge. And what's this? Supply bags. Return a supply bag to the trunk of your vehicle to claim the supply inside, which can be used for future volunteers. Purchase unlock special items at the end. Oh, wow. Might as well take what we can, right? Oh, Walrus Rare. What, ho, friend? Oh, well, Walrus Rare, I'm super happy for you, friend. I'm sorry you've been going through the feckin' ringer. And as I hope you know, you're under no obligations to be here, obviously. But it's lovely to see you. Alright, so congrats to you. Stammering's like, stop killing the bots! I want to become famous! I'm sorry. Harbour chop! Harbour Apacha! Apacha! Might as well. See, I'm not quite sure how much we get to stash and how much we have to leave. Oh, Aiden, sounds like you've had a feckin' lovely day. Ah, okay. Stash the goodies. Supplies gained. Love it. Oh. Monkey wrench. Oi. Oi. Sorry about that. Okay, so mutation infection. Your infection is continuously spreading, reducing your maximum health. Whenever an infection fills a bar, it will trigger a mutation. Use antiviral to stop the infection from spreading temporarily. If the infected bar fills all the bars, you are dead. Okay. Big un, aren't you? Oh! Oh no! How do... Okay, so I may have made several grave areas. We're okay. We're okay. Alright, it wants me to use my antivirals. There we go. Sorry, where were we? Oh, that's cool. We get to turn our leftover loot into some useful nonsense. Sorry, let me take another moment and a breath. Miyaki Sakura, how are you doing? Watto and welcome. We're playing Last Stand Aftermath. This came out today. It is the follow-up to a seminal bunch of Flash games, and it's Becca good. Okay. Let's go for the combat knife. Oh, this is cool. Oh yeah, so these are the... Okay, so these are the knowledge upgrades that we'll get later, which is like just your kind of your standard. Now, is there an EXP? Ooh, improvised shotgun. Is there an EXP skill? Because that is always the first one to get. Although, Ket and I used to discuss this a lot, which is a game that has an XP... a game that has an XP meter... sorry, a skill that increases your XP. Is a failing of design in because if you need... Because why would you take a skill... Well, sorry. Why would you not take a skill that gives you more XP at the... Oh, Christ. Okay, okay. Let's focus. You know what? Let's just leave. Let's just get the hot heckity out of here. There's a house on fire. Let's just go. Don't you? Alright, so there's one neighborhood here. And that leads us towards the clinic. That leads us towards the restaurant. Yeah, let's get spicy. Let's get spicy. Okay. Oh yes, and Miyaki Sakura, games news has been popping off today. The good news is the team behind Genshin Impact are opening a studio in Canada, which is freaking cool. But yeah, I keep intermittently checking on the news to see how badly it's popping off, because old Mr. Kotick might be out on his arse today. That would be a whole heap of something. Like, that's something I didn't think we'd see in... that's something I didn't think we would see, full stop. So it's tools this way. What have we got over here? Yeah, whatever that is, that seems bad. Oh, what's this? Ah, welcome friend, name's Mikhail. What brings you to this wonderful wasteland? It's looking for supplies. Oh, maybe we can help with that. I collect things. Faces. I collect people's faces. Valuable things might be useful. Alright. If there's anything carries its knowledge, or books, hard drives, personal notes. If you find those, I can give you some things to survive. Alright, and Mikhail moves around, so we can't predict. Alright. Yeah, and it would be lovely to see MiHoYo using the sheer amount of cash they've made from Genshin to do more interesting concepts, you know? Ah, okay, so knowledge... Alright, so knowledge is our useful item. So we can sell... Oh, these are all busted weapons. Alright. Pocketables. Miscellaneous. Y'all want some canned meat? Medkit, don't mind if we do. Alright. So, our main currency in this is going to be knowledge. We can either spend it with Mikhail when we see him as like a roaming... as a roaming band, or barely any in this. Sorry. Yes, knowledge is power indeed. Friends, this game is getting its hooks into me already, so we're going to take enforced banter breaks. Including one right this very moment. But yeah, Kotick's always been a smarmy Mother Hubbard. And it made me very sad to hear that he was responsible for Blizzard, before we knew how bad things were behind the scenes, that he was going to be taking the credit for that team's work. And the amount of money that guy's making, or was making, in bonuses. Like, last year I think was when I really started becoming vitriolic towards him. And the reason being is because they laid off a shit ton of people during the pandemic, despite having one of their most profitable years. And him personally taking home, I think it was like $150 million in bonuses. That's not even his paycheck. Those are the bonuses on top of what he is being paid. And I'm just like... every person that got fired could have been given a massive chunk of money, as opposed to this guy who, like, what does he do? What does he make? He doesn't make shit. He has positioned himself into such a place. Anyway, I know, no ethical consumption under capitalism, yada yada yada. It's just one of the things that my friend used to be so livid about with Activision was they have so much money, that they could fund 20 indie teams for the rest of forever and not even break a sweat. guess we're going to go... We can't get in there. How should we go around? Okay, sorry. And Avalis, what, ho friend? Bring out your dude. I'll let them break the door down for me. Yeah, and Alnus, they absolutely know how to do it. Oh, these people are... This guy's spicy infected. Okay, no spice for you. Yes, I mean, Blizzard have successfully done incubation projects internally, but, I mean, now we know so much more about how that internal environment was just terrible for people to work in. Because, I mean, the thing used to be back in the day is that nobody leaves Blizzard. And I don't mean that now feels like a threatening thing to say out. Oh, the Death Adder! That's better than a regular adder! Alright, so get rid of this. Now, can I unload? So, unequip. Okay. I think unequipping it unloads it. Alright. Yes, Blizzard has had the capacity to do incubation projects, but have done a whole lot different. Yeah, and stammering, the good executives that I have met, I can count on one hand. You know what I'm saying? That's a larger problem that we cannot solve as a whole. But it's fascinating to see this change, to see this blowback. It's incredible that what we're seeing at the moment is the amount of power that dev teams have in big studios to just shut production. And this is what's so fascinating about it. It seems obvious to say it out loud now with all of us, but like, the cost and the requirement for video games is people. Like, there are many industries that have a larger portion of their work has been automated over the years. But we aren't... Games as an... If we look at games as just purely a commercial entity, it is entirely reliant on people. You know, as tools get better, you need less. But that's dependent on the kind of experience you're creating. The expensive thing is people. And if all your people walk out, you are hemorrhaging money for no return. Like, keeping the lights on does nothing. I guess with some games as service games, they can generate revenue even while there isn't a team, but that's only a matter of time. Yes, and Alnus. Another one was that the lass who was appointed to be one of the new studio heads, who has also spoken out about the current nonsense, saying that she was literally just hired as a token gesture to appease the outside world. And yeah, she was paid less. Like, when you think about how many drops in the bucket giving her the same pay rate as her male co-worker, how little that would cost them, and yet they still didn't. Like, Blizzard won't die from this. Activision won't keel over. But this will cost them in a way that won't be obvious for a long time. Yeah, Rogue Jeffy, you're exactly right. It's going to cost them far more in legal action to make up for... Okay, you're encumbered. Stamina is at 2 times the normal rate. Alright. Which means you need to eat more. Alright. But we can change that by looking in a bag. Why have I got so many fucking bricks? Oh no, those are my equipped bricks. Alright. Sorry, Cleaver, you out. So we'll go sell my leftovers to matey boy McWhat's-his-face. And then hope that we've got enough gas to keep it moving. Okay, so let's sell a gun. And maybe whatever the fuck these are. Okay. Your character is encumbered. Oh, I wonder how they ended up encumbered. We've got 4 bricks in our bag. Also, JP, I'm sorry I didn't respond to Death Adder, Death Adder, it's useful as a gun. Sorry, that was a good reference. I let you down there. Faber 6 says back in the day, Turbine had an intern who was working on fixing a major gameplay issue. The week before rollout, the intern's contract ran out, so they got rid of him and wiped their work, so they didn't have to pay the intern. Yeah. Your character is well endowed. Thank you, I guess. And Wolfgrad, you're right. It is going to cost them in terms of firing employees in the long term, but let's also be honest, like, shit's hard right now. Shit's hard for everybody. I don't want to have to clear the house. While the games industry is in a major boom state at the moment, you know, we're still in the cool zone. Jobs aren't super easy to come by. And that means that especially companies like Blizzard that are going to be going on an aggressive hiring policy once this is all over, like, people are just gonna have to, you know? A lot of people might not have the choice of, you know, choosing which studio to work at. Alright, how much is this? That's 1. Also, as I'm sure you've all noticed, like, the infection rate's definitely increasing. Let's try out this Death Adder, shall we? Hello, Death Adder! Oh! Oh! Piss the bed. Okay, the virus is spreading and mutating your body. Mutations are varied and give new abilities and effects. However, they come with side effects. Use the antiviral to stop it, or temporarily hold off a mutation. Oh, good. Alright, so we've got to choose one. Alright, so heartbeat. An increase in heart rate makes you feel more alive. Restore you to maximum health. Will not remove infection. Prey on the weak. Deal 10% more damage to enemies with less than 30% health. Resistant force. Enemy attackers have a chance to suffer a stunned condition. Yeah! Okay, that's fucking cool. I'm also out of antivirals, so we've just got to fucking take the hit. That's kind of cool. And Bacon Avenger is 100% sure they're using the same sound effects in the early game. I hope so, because I love that one. Might need to give it a replay. Oh, that's a lot, yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna punch this one to death. Let's fucking go! Let's go, Linda. Let's go! Yeah! Boof! Boof! sorry, where were we? Okay, yes, sorry. So, Blizzard is going to. Blizzard has been hemorrhaging a lot of like long-term creative staff, and again, this is the thing that nobody wants to talk about: is that companies don't make games. People make games. There is nothing inherently special about Blizzard as an operation, but they've had a lot of talented people over the years. Those people are leaving, and whether or not they instill that knowledge in the people beneath them, I mean, that's a question for like their internal policies and the ilk. The point being, a large proportion that made Blizzard such a hotbed of creativity has gone, and I would highly doubt that they have the upward mobility internally to allow creative people joining to rise to the top. So it's going to lead to a level of stagnant nonsense. Now, StarCraft will always sell. Warcraft will always sell. So they can lean into those places, but they biffed the Warcraft 3 remastered, which should have been a return to glory, but was very much an under-budgeted, outsourced pile of nonsense. The porting team responsible for it did speak up about the shitty conditions they had producing that. They had to do it on a shoestring with very little people on a tiny time frame. And it's like, this is Warcraft 3 remastered. You could have spent 5 years polishing it and then released it and quadrupled your sales. It's like, now Favor 6, I can't comment on other industries, and we're in a very, very weird time, so I can only really talk about the video games industry stuff. I haven't seen the big hemorrhage of talent out of the UK yet, but it has been something that people have been theorizing. That in the UK games industry, that we were going to see a massive loss of talented individuals because of things like Brexit and bad nonsense like that. Sorry, I don't mean to bring up the bad stuffs, but I would say at the moment the reason everyone being essentially landlocked has probably done more to mitigate that than anything else, alongside the games industry suddenly having this massive boom because of lockdown. Oh, Workbench Crafting. Combine 2 items to make a new thing. So let's try alcohol and a rag to craft. No. Shit's on fire! It's a Molotov cocktail! Okay, so a gear with some scrap. I'm just bolting stuff together right now to make firearm parts used to make improvised firearms. Electronics and scrap to make a battery. Oh, that's right-handed, that is. Bandages. Oh, hang on, there's more stuff. Oh, so these are the ones that I've learned. So as we go through, each time I learn a recipe, we can remember it. Anyway, sorry, apologies for like careening all over the place conversationally. I was one of those people that grew up just worshipping Blizzard as a place. And one of the things I think about a lot is how Blizzard was the place that people never left. The reason why they used to do the whole Sword and Shield thing was because Blizzard was supposedly such a great company to work for that you'd go there and you'd just stay there. Which kind of unheard of in video games, you know? Also, I have 69 bullets. Nice. And Alex, you're right. If I need new recipes, dial HelloFresh. So Alna says, like with the Vicarious Vision situation, I have mixed feelings about. On the one hand, moving them closer to Blizzard is a sign of recognition. Oh, the team that were responsible for the Tony Hawk's remaster and stuff, yeah. Or is that Oh no, that's Tony's old studio, isn't it? They're just getting turned into a... They'll get dissolved. That's always how it goes. Sorry, but yeah, Anos was saying they're moving closer to Blizzard as a sign of recognition. On the other hand, and their work in remastered and remakes should be applauded. But the way they're gutting the team to cover up for Blizzard's shortcomings, and the fact that going forward they'll be known as Blizzard means that they're just grist for the mill. Absolutely. Sorry, Anis, you already said my points before I got to them. And Earl didn't even know about the whole sword shield thing at Blizzard until my cousin showed me his. Okay, so what used to happen is that each year they would mint swords and shields for people that hit certain milestones. I want to say it was like 4 years and 8 years, but correct me if I'm wrong. And the point was each year the sword and shield design would be different, so that no two people would have like the same combination unless you started at the same time and stayed together. But you know what I mean. And this was feckin' brilliant. Jackie says it's 5, 10, 15. Okay. But that was always something that sung to me of this studio that you do not leave. But it seems that things were far, far darker behind the scenes. You know? These days, like, there aren't that many, like, eternal studios. Like, it's been years since I've worked at the Creative Assembly, so I can't comment as to studio culture or what it's like, but... You know, looking back on it, while I had a lot of like young creative frustrations, it was a great studio to be at. You know, benefits were great, pay was competitive, they looked after the people. Like, it was a big studio, so there wasn't much like internal incubation stuff, but there was stability, and that's a rare thing. There's also, yeah. And the thing is, like, CA was another one of those studios that people went to and stayed at. Now, there we go. Alright, so we're going to hit the clinic next. JP says they really want to know how Frontier Developments, the people that make Elite Dangerous, is as a studio behind the scenes. By my understanding, they've stayed small. They didn't bulk out like Cloud Imperium, and that they're supposedly like a good place to be, but I don't know. Now, then you have teams like Rockstar. Now, Rockstar is infamous. Alright. You still with us? Yep, I'm still here! You got this. Just don't give up on us yet. You find any more antiviral? No, not yet. Herrick structures have dispensers in them. Most will be unlooted. Keep an eye out for anything useful. This new infection came from somewhere. Okay, so I think the arcing narrative of this game is like, where did this new variation on the... Where did this new variation come from, you know? Ah, eyeballs. Alright, synapses. While your memories start to fail, you find that your mind is firing faster, allowing you to gain much more from your current experiences. It's more XP. Taste for blood. Creatures that are bleeding nearby draw your attention. You'll deal additional damage versus bleeding enemies. Your hands have swollen and gained mass, making them less dexterous, but we punch hard. So do we want to be brain... Do you want to be smart, smooth brain, vampires, or enlarged fists? Lol, ruffle now. But yeah, so jumping back in, Ems was adding, they've often thought about whether they would want things, companies, games to be forever things. I think capitalism tells us that success means only ever building upwards, and stagnation or ending means failure. But it's okay, especially when there's stuff like a Blizzard, that companies aren't forever. I know what you mean. I mean, you have teams like Supergiant, but Supergiant don't keep bulking and bulking and bulking. They're making games in a very specific way in a different manner. And I think you can create and maintain an operation like that. I think that once you are running once you float a company and you are running for a board of investors, increases in revenue are the only thing seen as a success. And once you start measuring it in those terms, that's, you know, you're looking at it like in 4 quarterly reports and then a yearly report. and those numbers need to go up. If in one of those quarterly reports it goes down, sorry, this isn't aimed at Ems, but just as a general rant, then people start asking questions. So it's the idea that, you know, the idea that you're building not for sustainability, but for continued, like, unsustainable growth. The thing I found out, though, which is still... I've been thinking about a lot, especially in these recent discussions about Blizzard, is that FASA the company behind BattleTech, as in the board game and Shadowrun, that used to have, like, these, like, these like simulator arcade machines around the US. They didn't go bankrupt. They just shut down. Like, the people who owned it went, nah, we're good. They sold the rights to Microsoft and went, peace. And that still boggles my mind because, Ems, you're so right. We never hear about companies going, you know what? We had a good run. We're good now. I mean, Rami, I think, yeah, Rami's company is one of the few that I can think of where him and his business partner went, no, you know what? We're good. Vlambeer closed down because both its creatives went, yeah, we're all right. Oh, just Earl and JP were talking about Cloud Imperium becoming larger and larger, and they're only at 1,000 employees. Poor buggers are still working with... I think they're working with Lumberyard. Like, why couldn't they get away from CryEngine? Poor bad word. Fangoria says they believe that's referred to as pulling a golden parachute. Now, that's when you punt an executive... That's when an executive steps down rather than is fired, and is given a huge chunk of money as they do. I'm not actually sure what XP is good for us right now. Also, we're slowly dying, and we're becoming more and more of a mutant bad word. So we're gaining more of these perks based on how we're going through a run. We take antivirals to stop it, but we become more... We have to balance, like, survivability of health versus these powers. Because, as I'm sure you all know, like, roguelikes do often turn into which series of mods and mutators are going to cause me to be... And I'll go for the synapses. But they often cause, like, a, you know, what's going to be the combo that gets me through this. Next contestant, please. Zombie person, come on down. Oh, peoples. And Aperios, what ho friend, how goes it? Right, so there's a lot of goodies in there, that's good. And there's also 3 more zombies. So Jeffrey says, it's a bit easier to make the call when your company is being bought out for a massive amount of, I could retire on this money. That's a very good point. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I do think people do end up selling studios or, like, giving them over to publishers, is because, God, I've never run a studio, but I was communications director for a couple of years, and the pressure of knowing that my success at my job means the livelihood of 40 people was fucking terrifying. Imagine having that, and it's 100 people, 200 people. You are the head of the company. It's up to you. Yeah, Lyrus, we got mutated zombie cool powers. If our character wasn't dying, they'd be having a great time. And thank you for the 100 as well. Yeah, so I do understand why people sell to publishers and things like that. But I would definitely say that, like... Well, I see, and then that's the question is, like... You know, those publishers are still... Okay, those publishers are still at the mercy of whomever. So, like, sorry, let me pop these in the trunk and then get my thoughts together. So, you are an independent developer. You're doing well. Where do you go from there? If you float your company, you get a load of injection from selling. You get a massive injection of cash from selling stocks. However, you are then adherent to the board of investors. You sell your company to a publisher. That's probably better. However, is that publisher itself beholden? Who are they beholden to? Like, I'm not trying to spend all my time giving Microsoft a pat on the back, but as a company, as an organization, they are massive enough to not really worry. They've been working with games and software for long enough where they can afford to do long-term plays. Like their current thing of buying studios to then put their projects on Game Pass. I mean, they bought Bethesda for that exact reason. The other bit of game news today being that the next Elder Scrolls game will be exclusive to Xbox and PC. But then again, what we have seen is, you know, organizations like that, even with that level of stability, can wildly swing left and right. So you never know. Oh, and Puns, I'm sorry, I didn't say hello when you came in. I'm sorry, Dragon Ball Z Dead by Daylight? Nani the Hot Feck? I'm sorry, I need to look this up myself. I need to know about this. You'll have to find us a link for that one, friend. Okay, new horror Dragon Ball game looks like anime Dead by Daylight. What the fuck? Okay. Okay, what? Was this in Newsphere? Did I miss this? Did I miss this in game news? Okay, I don't think... Okay, nobody posted it in there. Alright. I'll throw it in there just for other people's. I am so okay with this. That's some fresh ideas right there. So, Dragon Ball Breakers. So survivors will create their own custom characters utilizing skins and decorative items. The villains will be known villains like Perfect Cell, Frieza. That's fucking glorious. Yeah, I'm watching the trailer for that later. Fucking yo. Okay, so the trailer was in the Videodrome. Okay, thank you, Lizzie. I'm so fucking down for this. Thank you for telling me about that. I'm sorry, I've just been paying attention to all of the stuff that's been coming out of the ActiBliz noise. The thing that I just saw while looking for the breakers is supposedly that batshit weird email that we saw, the company-wide email that went out from Blizzard when the last round of things happening came out. Oh, biffed it. I biffed it. Oh, I biffed it. Feels okay. It does not feel okay. You are dying. Supposedly, it was Bobby that wrote that. And that's a whole heap of what the heck. Alright. Oh, 2 in the tank. Lovely. Alright. Let's see if we can find a fucking clinic. Oh, you kids are very big. Damn it! Do I have any... Do I have anything I can use to heal? I guess we'll use... Right. Cool! Another infection! Okay, so, protrusions burst forth from your skin, providing...
What did a zombie get when they were late for dinner? The cold shoulder.
Puns, you are a fucking treasure, thank you. Thank you for the 200. Yeah, Alnus, I love that concept. Sorry, going back to the Dragon Ball Breakers. What is it like being a normal person when you've got, like, I don't know, when the androids are going on an absolute feckin' tear? Also, if there isn't a Team 4-star voice pack, I will be severely disappointed, because that is canon. Still amazes me that I met those guys 2013 and didn't even know it. Sorry, and Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. We have too many good conversation topics all at once. I don't know. Cornered, deal more damage when health at 30% or lower. That's how I live. Charger replaces your dodge roll with a charge that knocks down enemies. When you try to escape danger, you find yourself charging forward. Enemy attacks have a chance to suffer bleed. I feel like that's the way to go, but I don't know. Yeah, sorry. So, yeah, all of the stuff coming out from the Wall Street Journal report today about Blizzard is going to hurt. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Bobby step down, because the one good thing about shares and shareholders is that they have no allegiances. And that when the tide starts turning on people like Bobby, they'll be out like a gunshot, because it's the perception of it. God, what a day. What a feckin' day. JP says, I'm kind of iffy on skills activating to take damage. That's a good point. You know what? The cornered is what will save my ass, at least for a bit. Like, we have barely even used stamina as is. Oh, I was about to say, my gun better not broken. I mean, so far, I'm very much enjoying this. This is scratching my my I feckin' love roguelikes itch. And what's really interesting about it is it's hitting that whole the zombie survival thing of everything's going great until it's not. Like, the idea that everything can turn on a dime, no matter how prepared you are. There are a lot of these bad boys.
If you work really long and hard to win at this game, I would call that dedication.
I'm sorry, Pun Spectre. Dedication. Bleeding Nora. Yeah, Lyris, we've got some shotgun shells, which, if we had a shotgun, would be lovely. But currently, they're just an ornamental, an ornamental, decorative. All right. We can make like a nice little okay, so JP, sorry, I haven't had the chance to give Surviving the Aftermath a try. It's one Fiona and I have talked about a couple of times of giving a play. I need to. So I need to equip that one, dispose of that. And then we've got a broken, rusty knife if things get messy. Hey! If it's not the people behind the game, Watto and welcome. Friends, do give a warm welcome to Con Artist Games, the creators behind this very title. How are you doing? I am about to have a fucking party! You come on in and I get a grenade launcher. Coincidence? I think not. How many rounds do I have? 6. Eh? Oh, if we're going out with style. Anyway, how are you doing? You're a very tired dev right now. Yeah, I explained to these lovely Mother Hubbards that you're based out of Australia, and that it was a very, very early in the morning launch for you. I'm gonna go through my stuff. But how's it going? Yeah, we're gonna make zombie kaboom. Alright. Got pipe. Equip. Range weapons. We'll keep those. Ammo. Oh, would you look at that? It's ammunition that actually weighs things. How crazy. Oh.
Let's make the zombies go boom.
Oh, I'm really happy to hear that. Oh, sorry, Con Artists with Games are saying they're doing really well and they're super happy with the reception so far. Like, I'm not far enough in to be able to say anything meaningful about the title. Let's go slim down on some of our miscellaneous stuff. Oh, okay, no, those don't. Might as well have a quick drink. Can't take it with us, right? But yeah, I'm having a feckin' cracking time with this game. Right now, this is just the first character after the tutorial. We've been talking a lot about what's been going on in the games news today, so I keep getting distracted. I know, shocking. But woof! Oh shit. Okay. Where was I? Woof! Ah! Woof! Ah! Woof! Alright, that was dumb. That was dumb. I should have done that. Infected blood sample. Might as well. Can't take it with us, right? You know what? I don't fancy my chances, so I'm just going to use a medikit now. Jackie's like, streamer, stop making face noises. Start playing the video game. Oh no! I might have blown my face off. Welp. Oh, okay, so that's our first, so the next one will be our first proper run. Now we understand it. Kestrel says perhaps streamers should stop playing and go back to making face noises. Alright, so you all can choose who we're starting with next. We've got, Hannah, we've got Else, and we've got Ivy. So we got Bomb Tech, Animal Handler, and Generalist. So it's Else, Hannah, or Ivy. Oh, Kestrel likes explosions. Yeah, I see no way that goes poorly. But yeah, so this will be my first proper run of this, but I am really enjoying this. I'm having enforced banter breaks before we start our runs, otherwise I'm just going to end up getting like laser focused. JP says I'd keep away from those explosions for some reason. Sorry JP, I can't hear you over everybody else wanting me to take the explosions. Okay. Oh yeah, so when we die they recover the car, yes. And we take those through. Con Artist says we designed for streamer banter. That's working nicely. Yes. Having an area where there's no time pressure, we can just have a natter, is glorious. Alright, let's have a look at the armory. What have you got?
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Oh, we'd have to start banking stuff, wouldn't we?
Well, you can't say you weren't warned about the grenade launcher, Will. D.
Point. Okay. Any help? In what regard? If you want guidance, I expect you to speak to Trinity. If it's equipment, speak to Hector. Wow, you're just a bundle of joy. Okay. What's over here? Oh, okay, so this is where we get to spend our pass on our knowledge. Alright. Scotty, how are you doing, friend? How are you feckin' doing? Thank you for 27 months. Sorry, this game is very gripping. You all know I feckin' love roguelikes, and they do tend to get very, very into my brain. Alright, so infection resistance, movement speed, stamina, door kicking! And then we've got unarmed, knockdown, throw, pistol, reload speed. Actions, chance to find more ammo, yes please. You gain more knowledge points from active scavenging. Okay, well we've got to go for that one. You know, you've got to go for the ones that are going to get you more goodies. Cut your way into areas that have been locked tight with chains. Ooh, okay, so we can allows you to locate hidden survivor drops. Ooh, that stuff can get spicy. But we need more knowledge. We've got to do learning. Gain more XP when a volunteer dies. Pun Spectre says they thought this was a dead ringer for a roguelike. But yeah, so Con Artist, how's... Okay, sorry, I already asked you how launch has been going. Feckin' hell. Stop making your game so engaging. I need to talk to people. Good. Oh yes, and good old to Con Artist team. If you ever need someone to throw a British voice behind it, let me know. Mayor of Albuquerque with, I'm very pleased with the grenade launcher. I just wish we could turn down the explosions a bit. It's a grenade launcher, sir. With all due respect, it does the boom boom. Scotty says they're doing good. Back home again. We're staying with friends for a few nights. Battery gave out mid-Yorkshire stream. Laughed myself to sleep. Hey, you know what? Laura gets so much props for the Children of Gundam speech. Like, by the old gods and the new. Oh, well, Con Artist Games, just ping us on Twitter. Like, if you've got budget for VO, I'm happy to get paid for it. But if not, yeah, I'm happy to throw my voice behind it. If you need British on a budget, I'm your choice. Okay, so supply depot. Here we go. So this is where you'll make your difference. Any amount of supply you find can be sent back here to help. We're still finding bags of supplies out there, but larger supply caches where the real payoff's at. Herd dropped them towards the end of the last wave. They're big and hard to miss. Activate the beacon on them, set the marker for our repo crew. Or if you really need it, take the items in here for yourself. Alright, let volunteers decide what to do with it. You assign it, we'll make it happen. Weapons and ammo add to the armory for new types of recruits. Okay, so take a look. Alright. Alright, so available. So... Tier 1 knowledge. gear insurance. When this volunteer dies, 3 random items from the inventory are transferred to the next volunteer. Bat drops. Damn it, bat drop! Okay, a cache of crafting items. These items were placed into the armory. Alright. So these are going to be things for later runs that we can choose to acquire. Or just gain 10 knowledge right now. That might not be a bad shout just for... Okay. Because, I mean, that carries over. Sorry. Aperios, I've been asking you for... What has it been, years now? Turned down for what, exactly? No one will tell me. Yeah, I'm part of the B.O.B. there, JP. It's British on a budget. No, I've really enjoyed doing voice stuff. And while I'm not a great actor by any means, it's nice to be able to do it, you know? Oh yeah, good point. Lyris, we've got 80 points, so get the 10%, we'll get the 10 knowledge gain. Okay, so the grey stuff is things we can buy right now. So shotgun shells, 9mm rounds. The green is things that will be added to the armory. Now, I don't know if those will be there for us for each consecutive run or just an injection of crafting supplies. So I reckon we save the rest of what we've got for now and keep heading out. Because right now we've got, yeah, just a little 9mm revolver, but we've also got a crowbar, and that's sturdy. Oh, Con Artist did a bunch of the zombie voices in this, and it's great fun. Lovely. Doing VO stuff is a ton of fun. Oh, we're starting by the clinic? Getting a nice good run. Alright. Out of fuel. Let's fucking do this. Ah, we don't even have to... Wait, is this literally where I was at last? Are we continuing the run from there, I wonder? Or is this the beginning of a new run through the city? Oh, fuck you. Crowbar time! Guess who forgot to reload his gun? Because why would you have it loaded when you're in your base? Surprise crowbar! Yes to all. Yeah, I'll use a feckin' hammer on a zombie. Oh, there we go. So we got one. Oh, that's bad. Ivy's having a bad time already. I'll finish him off. Crowbar style! This could have gone much better! Sorry, where were we? God damn it, stammering, don't give away my secrets. Yeah, all along, friends, I'm sorry. This Britishisms you hear before you has in fact been a well-crafted persona. I am in fact an individual from rural Italy. I'm sorry you all had to find out this way. This is my streamer apology moment. This could have gone much better. That is absolutely the mantra of. The other thing that I'm really enjoying is that it's quite... Oh, something's pissed at me. It's very difficult to... it's very difficult to aim over long distances, which does mean that you don't get to have the, oh, how come so-and-so's not hitting headshots every 10 seconds? Oh, I am... Okay. Dear ammo store, please be useful. I need guns. Yes, please. Back him up, Ivy. Back him up. Sorry, where were we? So Connors again said we wanted the range of weapons to matter as much as we could. It's very difficult to simulate the idea of that like heat of the moment panic. It's very difficult to simulate that without. Oh, nothing happens. Needs tools. Oh yeah, so later on is when I'll start getting. Oh, we are doing lovely. Thank you, gun shop. Sun's out, guns out. Let's go. Sorry, pistol. So we got... Oh, we have no bullets for hunting rifle yet. So, ambush. And then range weapons. I'll keep it honest while we've not got too much, because maybe we get to sell it later for a couple of bob. We can pop that on one of the hunting rifles. There we go. Sorry. I'm just going to pause it. One of the reasons why I don't do a lot of roguelikes as streams is that I find that it scratches all the right parts of my little brain that makes me go, ooh, shiny, and does not facilitate good conversation. Sorry, I just saw a Perio saying, I think if you wax your head, you'll become a great actor. Eyebrows and all. Results may vary. This is not medical advice. But I'm already so shiny! In the new year, I'm going to work on changing out the lighting setup. 2 more swings with this one before we... Hang on. Oh no, just empty. Take your couch! Okay, that one zombie seemed to not give a hot heck. Yeah, I fucking see. Oh, P-balls! Ah, piss in a bin! Okay, so dodging reloads your weapon, stamina cost. Deal 10% to undamaged enemies from fresh blood. Or carry capacity. Let's hoard! Okay, sorry about that. Nunya-Gloomicons? Jesus, Jiminy. Thank you kindly for the 100 bits. I'm very confused by that whole statement, but thank you. And yes, Con Artist Games. Hoarding? Hoarding. Okay, so let me at least attempt to be a decent host for a change. So, congratulations on launch. The game is very good. I'm having a feckin' great time with it. if my critique is that I'm getting a little too absorbed by it to carry a good conversation, that's a good problem to have. So let's go for some of the classic bangers. What was one of the challenges that you faced of developing this? It feels okay. Eh, Gotti. Shotguns are cool. So Connor says one of the biggest challenges was the size of the team. Sorry about that, I had to deal with some zombies. Connors was saying that the size of the team was the biggest challenge because there are only 2 in the core. Yo. So I guess it was like everybody else was contracted positions. Okay. So the shotgun brings the noise. But it's awesome. Oh, I forgot to bloody reload again. There we go. Let's go for the hammer. Conrad said no contractors besides composers, so it was just a 2-person operation team. Yo. Yeah, reloading's for nerds. Bullets in my gun, psh, that's time that could be spent shooting more. Bloody reload like bloody Covent Garden. Okay, so it's smoking onion backwards. Okay, that is a name that's going to do me a damage. So Conrad said, our publisher on the other hand, that made it possible. Actually, I mean, how much are you allowed to talk about working with Armor Games Studios? Because I know, I wouldn't claim to know them, but like I know some individuals over on the publishing side. Sorry, on the overarching side, but not the game side. Let's use the bandages because I got a lot of hurt. Bullets in my gun. Less likely than you think. Hammer! 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 Alright, let's just check in here. I've gone through all the trouble of fucking clearing it out. Oh, there it is. It's all in here. I risked life and limb and shotgun round. I'll shush. You know what? Let's just get in the car. Let's get the bloody hell out of here. So Carlos says we've been working together since 2008, so I'm sure you know them. Was actually under contract with them for 4 years. Way cool. I mean, I was talking about this earlier on. How? Oh, nice. I was talking about this earlier on. How? You as Con Artist Games were one of the first examples I can think of a Flash development team being brought on board by a publisher. Like something that's so common now, like the indie team with the publishing deal is a common experience now. But alright, gas station or Shady Oaks. Let's hit the gas station. And off Watto. Oh, yeah. Okay. Actually, so Andorf, Lyris brought the thunder on Saturday in a way that blew the feckin' doors off. What was I going to say? I guess we're going here. Let me take a breath. Although it was Strager that managed to fell the Ghost Jarl first, and then that opened the pit up, and then Ehrman had the Yalden for a while, and then Lyris just nuked it from orbit. It was a train. It was a hell of a train. And Clank, I'm so sorry, I haven't done a good enough job explaining. So this is the Last Stand Aftermath. This is the follow-up to the old Flash series. It is a roguelike zombie game. And it is so far a lot of fun. Oh, yeah, didn't get me this time, did you? You explored a bad word. Let's go over here. The other thing that I'm really enjoying about it is because this is a roguelike, I'm not doing the usual thing of just hoarding all my items until the last possible second. Alright, I don't know if you've all noticed, but as awesome as this shotgun is, it is ringing the fucking dinner bell. Alright, let me try using one of the antivirals. Stupid zombies. Can't even open a door. Zombie nerds. I was like, whatever, zombies. Look at me with my opposable thumbs and knowledge. Might as well take it all. Come on. Cool shit here somewhere. It'd be lovely to find like this little cache of food and guns and happiness. Cassette tape, alright. Sorry, as an old school kind of Resident Evil player, I'm very much used to saving everything to the last possible second. You know, desperately trying to sort every encounter with just a knife and a prayer. Trains you for tofu, but... Okay, you kid's mind. Alright, you know what? Here I am trying to fight everybody all the time. Oh, look at that! Horde time! Hooray! We've got to start that up. But because I was being so noisy... I already sounded the alarm. Wonderful. Oh, need to put bullets in my gun. Not very good at holding conversations while fighting zombies. Why is this happening to me? Take that, Sheila zombie. Con Artist says they definitely see some players resort to Fist as the ultimate resource saver.
Yeah.
I can understand that. Okay, so... I could splash out on some rifle rounds, but I feel like we need stuff more than anything.
Wah. Na, we na in the ha na ba na impala.
Ah, yeah, no, yeah. That's Australian, highly contextual. would like a free gun! Okay, effective blood sample. It could be used for research. I haven't encountered that. So, Banned Cybertrucks, how are you doing, friend? We've been playing this today, thanks to the lovely people at Con Artist Games who actually gave us a copy of this to get stuck into. And I'm having a good time, whatever. Let you lot struggle over the counter. Wait, it was all the way around here? I was so close to more fuel and I didn't even know it. There's barely any in this though. Oh, there's some more shoddy rounds. Don't mind if I feckin' do. Yeah, I'll punch a zombie to death. I don't give a heck. Let's go for the baton. Alright, I'm about to do something really feckin' stupid, friends. So... wish me luck. In the words of the seminal video game, Anarchy Reigns, sound the alarm! Come on. You can do it. Oh, we're going to make it. We're going to make it! Woohoo! So we can get a supply cache full of goodies, or we're going to hold to activate a beacon. I don't think our character's going to make it, so I'm going to hold to activate the beacon. Like, no offense here, Ivy, but I do not have a lot of faith in you. Making it through this encounter with these feckin' undead. The beacons are lit! Gondor calls for aid! Or you could just give me a fecking machine gun! Friends, air horn sound, cash register sound, air horn sound. That is a lot of bullets. I quite like having a lot of bullets for a change. Beat this fucking Sheila to death with a stick! Ah, fucking antivirals were off. Story of my life. Okay, sorry. Let me take a breath and a beat. I actually survived there, which I'm very proud of. Mayor's like, there's all this struggling and biting and fighting. It's like there's a Snickers commercial here and I just can't quite put my finger on it. Durry, no, this is our second character. This is our first, like, proper, like, unscripted run. Ooh. And it comes with goodies. We just managed to do a little supply cache drop and actually did quite well. Like, I probably should have gotten my face chewed off there, but let's hear it for Dr. Shotgun, who may or may not actually have a medical license. Get out of the bloody car. Ivy. Back of the van. Put it in the back of the van. Alright, and we're away. Okay, so we're not... Our first character proper was Archer. Archer didn't make it. Maybe it was due to a grenade launcher being used in the same way one might brushing something off lightly one's eyebrows. Maybe that's how it happened. I can neither confirm nor deny. And we're out of fuel. Alright, well, let's go exploring. Haven't had a chance to use this yet, so let's give it a run. Ah, that hurt a lot. Yeah. Have I got any ways to heal? Did I use them all? Maybe.
Light him up.
Feck it. Piss. Okay, so melee speed, so melee damage, increased movement speed, aimed damage. Might as well. Feckin' obliterated that bird. Sorry, Lyris. That is a feckin' cool new shield you get. That's feckin' cool. Thank you kindly for the 200. I was panicking because I was surrounded by zombies and I fumbled my reload. And I'm like, no, the bullets don't go into the gun. Can you tell I'm enjoying this video game? I hope you can. And we've still got the shoddy too hotty. God, it's been so long since I've seen an active reload in a video game, but it's also been so long since an active reload was fun. Right. Oh, here we go. Herrick orders and a chem light, and oh, we don't have any batteries, so we can't get an antiviral. Oh, good. And Ozzy, did I say hello? I hope I did. If I didn't, you can have another. What ho, friend! Welcome to the Zombocalypse. I shall be your host, guide, and shooty gunbang fightsman, Will. And I don't know why I'm doing this voice. It does not fit the thematics at all. Okay, that's cool. I don't know if you've noticed, friends, the Horde's still heading towards where I fired my weapon last. So in theory, what you could do is pop off a few rounds and then make a feckin' break for it. You can pop up a few rounds and then run to one of the other areas, essentially as a distraction. That's kind of cool. Oh, anyway, that's not going to work for much longer. Well, not what we wanted to do there, but we'll just make do. Things will proceed to get very loud now. Ooh. Sadly, 2 shotguns is a little exorbitant even for me. But this looks... Double kill. Almost a double kill. I mean, we've got beefcake arms. We might as well use him, right? Okay. So how do we get in here? Oh, thank you. That's right. You are slow and silly, and I am shotgunsman. Sorry, let me take a breath and a beat. Biggs, how are you doing today? Biggs basically writing the Snickers ad for you. Larish, thank you for filling the pint glass. Okay, I want to say to Con Artist Games, thank you so much for stopping by. And I hope we get to have your ambient hangouts. Usually, I'd love to ask you questions about, like, how, why you chose this specific type of title. Like, the interesting thing about The Last Stand was it started as very much a simple hold-the-line shooty gun bang, and it evolved into this, what we would now call, and it evolved into a story game. Like, The Last Stand, is it Union City? You know, you are playing a character. There is a narrative. You meet people, go on quests. You have people you team up with. The second one was definitely more roguelikean than a lot of the others. Okay, so what is this? I need a code. Oh, okay, so this is one of the... This is one of the areas they were talking about from the bunker, that if we have codes, we can get into these like little abandoned setups. So if I search the other areas, it says a chance I might find the code. Okay. Alright, yeah. Should probably stop being so loud, but that sounds like nerd talk. Let's do a quick melee weapon. But yeah, so it's interesting that rather than continue with a through narrative, as with Union City, that with this title you've chosen to go, I guess, more back to the middle title in the layup. And I don't know if that's just me as a super fan being, reading into things, or if there was a conscious decision. Ah, no way in. So we don't have bolt cutters. We don't have a cool kid secret kids club code. We can't get into this cool kid compound. I'll just settle for rummaging through some trash, like the kleptomaniac raccoon that I have become. Okay, so yeah, they think it's partially an expectation that as games get bigger, people want stories. This one was particularly tricky because of the structure. They're not sure how successful the story side of it is, and because of the manner in which you're telling the story. Like, I won't be aware of it for a while. So I need you to be very dead right now, like deader than you could be. Alright, well, let's check out Kevin's. Kevin! I found a quick hard drive and stuff. And we're saying, for continuity, it's after Dead Zone. Okay. The story is reliant on volunteers dying and talking to people back at base. Okay. And obviously, because I'm so good at video games, I haven't been dying left, right, and center. So I haven't gotten the full story experience. But what I'll do is I'll pretend to be... Oi! I'll pretend to be really bad at video games so that people can experience more of the story. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I've still got some bandages left. but like we don't have a battery, so I can't power the antivirals. Jackie says, can I build my own base in this game? I do not believe so, or I don't know what effects we have on the world. But Jackie, for that one, like the first game of The Last Stand, which feels like it was like 1,000 years ago now, that one... that one was very much about building and maintaining. Alright, so there's a safe house at Sycamore Street. And there's a supply cache at Langham Avenue. Let's see what a safe house is. Because I haven't tried one of those yet. Sorry, but yeah, the original Last Stand was very much the you are defending your base. The gameplay proportion was just you move your character around and try and make headshots with a pistol at the wall of your barricade. But you had to allocate your day hours between like scavenging for supplies, maintaining the barricade, putting you in this kind of very tricky balancing act. Actually, let's keep it to Professor Shotgun because I've got more stuff. Con Artist says this game does have that time management aspect, but it's not as apparent. I mean, I would say that by its nature of being... No! Muffies! Fuck! The only piece of time I didn't manage was checking for traps. God. It's Dungeons and Dragons all over again. God, Arse is like, sorry, bad time to speak up. I did this to me. Okay. Oh God, we've been playing for like 2 hours. I might take a little pee break. Ooh, but our goodies, we've got a choice between Keegan, who has a rifle, Jacob, who has a baseball bat, and Astrid, who has a hammer and a homemade pistol. I'm leaning towards Keegan, but well, Jackie, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but these are definitely games that are worth playing as a series to see kind of like how we've evolved. So Con Artist, I was talking about this a lot earlier, but like when you lot were starting the Flash games back in the day, it was before zombies were the cultural touchstone they are now. The fact that one of the biggest shows in American telly is a zombie survival show still makes me smile. Like, love it or loathe it, the fact that zombie nerdery is now mainstream makes me very happy. And I will say, one of the things that I've come to love about The Walking Dead is it's a feel-good show, in the sense that it makes you feel, as the viewer, like you'd never make the same mistakes as these people. You're always given more information about the situation, so that you can be like, oh, don't go down there. Oh, why didn't they do this, this, and this? I always think that's fascinating. But yeah, this came from a time before that seminal works, and it did... The early Last Stand games did a lot with very little. The first game was just defend the wall. The second one has the roguelike elements, where how many days you spend in each town, like barricading up, defending, increases the amount of goodies you get. Oh.
I need you to know that the moment you said my face, my Olog buddy physically ripped the head off the shoulders of an orc that was using a crossbow. It linked up so nicely. W.
Oh, I'm very happy about that. I'm very happy about that. What was I nattering about? Oh, yes. The second game has this really interesting thing where you have 40 days to get to Union City, get to the chopper, get out. So the amount of time it takes for you to get from one region to another is measured in days. But each day you spend in that city, you can search for more things. but you might be wasting an evening. If you spend an extra day in a town so you can search 3 other buildings that you didn't already, and you get nothing from it, you've lost a day you can't get back. And that became kind of like the very interesting element of the time management in that game. And then the third of that little trilogy was an open world 2D survival shooter, which did a great job of setting a fire under your ass, because you never knew when a horde was going to get dropped on you. I mean, these days we have so many different zombie titles. Like I said, in my downtime, and this is purely coincidental, I am playing 7 Days to Die, Back 4 Blood, and The Last of Us Part 2. Like, I've got the full zombie spectrum covered, from like purely freeform all the way over to carefully crafted linear narrative. And the thing is, I still don't think we've had the perfect zombie game. I think that it's mostly a technological issue rather than a creative issue. You know, it would be lovely to have the Horde technology from World War Z in a myriad of other games. And eventually we will kind of hit that wonderful biting point between the emergent narrative of games like, you know, 7 Days to Die, DayZ, The Miscreated, and like the narrative composite elements that we see in these other titles, you know, matching the base building with the survival, with that ideal together. I think we will see that game. But again, it's a technological challenge rather than a creative challenge. I'm sure Con Artist Games can attest to this, that like, when you're working with a small team, it's not a question of who's got the best idea. It's a question of what do we have time to put in? You know, unless you Dwarf Fortress it, eventually you have to make sacrifices. Alright, I'm going with the rifle to start with. I wanna go spend some points. Yeah, 100%. Ideas are worth literally nothing. Yep.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, and Lost Flowers. Thank you for the host, friend. Implementation is key, yeah. Okie dokie. So, what can we get? Last upgrade we got was knowledge and XP. What does XP pertain to? But at this point, I'm thinking about either carrying capacity, or I'm either thinking about I'm thinking about bolt cutters and hair codes. Kind of says XP expands your supply depot selections. Oh, is there a way to track our XP, or is that in Axpert in general? I mean, there might obviously be. I might just be a fucking dingus. All right, so we're taking bolt cutters, and we're going to take heck codes. Or Herc codes, I should say. Let's see if there's anything else we can afford right now. Improvised shotgun. Seems having a bad time. With this tool, you'll be able to get access to areas that are previously locked, and we have codes for bunkers. Oh, levels is at top right. We don't know the actual count. Okay, thank you. Action speed or unarmed damage, knockdown chance, throw distance, movement speed, stamina. I feel at this point a bit more health might not be a bad thing. Alright. Alright. And yeah, so in the armory we haven't stashed anything yet. But we might have the cash to be able to do so. Sorry, before we head out on this run, I will take a moment just to either make myself a sarnie or get some food or something, because I get really sucked into these games, especially talk about zombies. Okay, so when this volunteer dies, 3 random items from their inventory will be transferred to the next volunteer. That's an interesting one. A cache of pistols could be very interesting. Crafting items, we're not quite at the point where we can make a lot. Decisions. I will take any and all recommendation. Extra bandages. Oh, there we go. So it says new items will be available at level 5. Okay. We're currently at 4 on the way. Cool. I'm a big fan of those systems of progression throughout roguelikes. They scratch a lot of the itch. The problem is, of course, friends, is that after we finish streaming this today, I'm going to keep playing this in my downtime. So that is now 4 zombie games I'm all trying to play at the same time. This is what you have done to me. You could have phoned it in. You could have made a half-assed game. Could have made it mediocre. Could have not made it like everything that Will needed to grasp with both hands. But no, you had to make it tight and engaging. You bastards. Biggs, I hope you understand. I read that as the Bernie Sanders meme of, so, I am once again trying to play Dark Souls 3. Yeah, Kisa, I'm a simple guy. I like zombies. I like robots. I don't know. It just... There have been... JP's like, have you heard of Plants vs. Zombies? Let's get all the zombie games in there. Yeah. I am really, really hoping that we get something along the veins of like DayZ and stuff like that to work together. The one I've been thinking about a lot is I would love to see something along the lines of Tarkov with more of a PvE gamble to it. PvP is an interesting one when it comes to the Zombocalypse because it adds something to be afraid of, but it's hard balancing randos in a way that feels fun and engaging. And I don't have a good answer to it. Because okay, sorry. Let me explain my workings out there, because I know I just threw a lot of concepts at you with no explanation. So, I love zombie games. I think The Miscreated's probably been one of my favourites of the emergent narrative, like open worldian types. Although 7 Days to Die is quickly taking over for single player experiences, but that's not the story. The problem is that with the technology that we currently have, it's difficult to make zombies the main threat. After a while, you can acquire enough stuff to defend. And those games, kind of, the fear comes from the unknown, other people. And when you get it in that sweet spot where the risk of crossing other people versus the reward, the need to weigh up the risk reward, sometimes talking your way out of a fight, especially in those early days of DayZ, was incredible. But it's very hard to engineer that, because if your players get a whole bunch of stupid good guns and they encounter a new player, sorry new person, there's no dialogue, you just get dead shotgun dead. And as new people coming into an established server, it becomes impossible. Rust's seasons have helped somewhat with new stuff, but you can see in that how if you're not with a large group of people and you're not playing it together, you're going to get wailed on. But to play it solo isn't necessarily fun. Now, State of Decay is very, very good. Base building, player progression, item management, a currency based on what people think of you. Like, if you save a couple of people, they give you social capital, which you can then spend on trading items with you, because that is the value of how much you have helped them, or how much they think you are worth to the area. Like, people will give you ammo and food if they think it's in their best interests, if they think that you're worth it. State of Decay has the end game problem, which is that by the time you have everything that you need, the game can't throw anything at you to bring the survival elements to it. You've got more than enough food, you've got more than enough ammo. Once you crest the hill, it almost has the 4x problem of like finishing becomes just a question of not if but when. Lol ruffle now. It's similar to games of Civilization. If any of you who've played Civ know this, that there's a point where you can't be beaten, but you still have to finish the game. So someone will come up with some very interesting technical solutions to these. I don't know how to balance the threat of the other player in those spaces. And y'all are googling sexy zombies. You did this to you. All right. So friendos, I'm gonna go grab myself some water. Maybe grab a little food thing very quickly. Let's keep talking about zombies. Let's keep talking about video games. Con Artist Games, if you're not here when I come back, thank you so much for stopping in, and congratulations on launch, friend. Actually, let me be a shameless plug, because I don't think the game's available on Humble. So I don't get anything for just pushing you all to Steam. But that's the title on Steam. As you can tell, I'm having a feckin' cracking time with it. Oh, sorry, Con Artist Games just adding that zombie games have a power creep issue. They thrive on scarcity. People struggle with that. Yes, well, and I would say when you add multiple peoples, the scarcity of resources ends up being put in one particular camp. It's difficult to distribute it evenly amongst all players. I don't know. It's a problem that someone will solve, and they'll make a cracking game out of it. And it's not like I have the feckin' cash or development budget to do it myself. And it's why I'm fascinated, because a lot of people talk about zombie games and how, oh, I'm so bored of zombie games. I'm like, no, you're bored of people trying to do the same thing over and over. The zombies as a device, as a vehicle for storytelling, I think there's breadth and depth in that whole place. Yeah, Con Artist Games, absolutely. The solution being social conflict rather than shooty bang bangs. But it's how do you create that experience for the users without it feeling like it's just, you're being construed by too many systems telling you what you can't do. You know what I mean? Oh, Biggs, and we all love Project Zomboid. Though Project Zomboid, I always love talking about because it starts with this idea of this is the story of how you die. Zomboid is not a game where you build a sustainable base and survive the zombocalypse. No, you will die. For those that don't know, on the initial map, the water and power go out. The resources on the map are completely finite. And if you can survive long enough, I think the power plant explodes. Like, shit gets bad. Your character does not come out of that game alive. This is the story of how you die. And some people definitely struggle with that. I think with what the Con Artist Games team have done here that's very well is that your character is told, no, you're already dead. You can just sit here for 4 days and die of an infection, or you can go out there and get stuff done. And so it removes the
Oh no, I might lose my progress.
I don't know what this creature is that I've just invented, and I wish I hadn't. I'm gonna make a sandwich. I mean it this time. I'll be back in a second, friends. Enjoy the warm comfort of civilization, and then when I return, I'll Battlestar Snackalactica, and we can head out. Ems, no. Ems, I would die. I could not do it. I would die. I will be back in a second.
Wouldn't dream of it.
Hello, hello. I have cheese. I am ready for the zombocalypse. I don't know what I missed, but I feel like there was some top tier animal punnage. Avian weapon of choice, the crowbar. Oh my word. Alright. Let's buy some knowledge. That stuff's good. We can spend it. Fun saying, definitely don't scroll up. I'll trust you. I'll trust you. Oh, lovely. Friends, Captain Steph got their Captain America chair. Nice, nice, nice. That would be a bad idea, scrolling up. Hey! When someone tells me don't Google something, you know what I do? I don't Google it. I'm trusting you all. No one did anything interesting while I was gone. Alright, now I'm suspect. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm entirely okay with this. Wait, didn't they already do that? Isn't Death's Door the one where you play as a crow? You know what? We'll save these for now. Continue out into the field. Oh, we might actually be able to unlock something else useful from knowledge. Excuse me. Oh, okay. So with some of these, we can keep upgrading them. All right. I'm learning. Recipe for a flamethrower. Learn how to make a flamethrower. A seemingly dangerous improvised weapon. Set infected on fire. Oh, good. Nah, we'll save the knowledge for now. So, aside from the crow-based zombie game that you're all creating now... Sorry, you've made the joke, now you're legally obliged to create a game. How are you all doing? Big says, does anyone need tips for Vort of the Boreal Valley? Is that the beastie across the bridge? No, that's the... one of the early bastards, right? Oh, you feckin'... Quick, now, reload your gun. Things are about to get messy! Oh, damn it! Biffed your gun stuff. Congratulations, sir, you are the first! Andorf's recommending Sir Biggs, if you stay under him, that should keep you safe. Darn it! All right, I either need to find a battery or make a battery. I got a katana? Oh yes! Oh, I'm just gonna be living that weeb life. Alright, so we need a battery. And I need some infected to test my new katana skills on. Wait. Papa-cha! Well, you see, while you were all faffing about, big zombies, I studied the bleed. Okay. That's cool. I'm finding a lot of this infected blood, but I haven't found anything to do with it yet. Probably means I'm being a stupid in some regard. The most useful of resources, clean water. I mean, Rogue Jeffrey, isn't that always the goal? Isn't that always the goal? Although the amount of stuff she uses... okay, this is just like my old, I want to call it weeb training, but like, as a classically trained weeb, there are a bunch of things that... Frying pan! Yes. There's a bunch of things Michonne does with her katana that would probably snap it in half. And it makes my little weeb self go. Oh, it has to be a salted battery. You're right. You're right. What's this? Ooh. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, bring it on. Hoppa-cha with my ninja style. All right, let's see what's down here. Come on, excessively useful batteries. Although, campsite. Sorry, fucking. Oh wow, this place has been picked clean. Thanks. Dingholes. We need electronics. Okay. Because if we can find electronics, then we get ourselves a nice early run into getting some resources. Oh, Loki, how are you doing? Sorry. So Loki, I've been playing this today. It's feckin' good. Its only downside is that it is very distracting. In a good way. Right, so we'll check out over here. Hog root, okay. Enough. It's a Jedi can. For Jedi, the Betty. JP was asking what is endgame in this. The foggiest. One of the things that the Con Artist Games team were hinting at earlier is that the story is yes. The story is very much told between runs to an extent. There is a story taking place here, apparently about a mutation to the initial zombie virus. Oh, there's the salt. Ah. I can salt the battery. Sadly, the brick isn't as OP here as it is in The Last of Us. Ah, friend brick. I'm never sad when you're alone. Oh shit, okay, so friends, feel free to call Wizard Vito on this conversation topic, because it's not... Oh, fuck it out! Grabbed me and broke my katana? Bullshit. Okay, sorry. So, feel free to call Wizard Vito on this one if it's too much of a heavy topic, but it's something I wanted to talk to you about. And I wanted to talk about games that make us feel bad. And by which I mean, like, negative experiences that fit with the narrative. Ooh. Death Adder. Wah, wah, wah. It's the adder that causes the greatest of death. Oh. Darn it! Okay. Healing effects. Stamina effectiveness. 10% stamina. Melee attack speed. Frenzy! I'm a pan man now! So Lyris was saying, feel bad as in the are we the baddies way? To an extent. Okay, so, as I've been saying, I'm playing a lot of The Last of Us Part 2, which, well, I'd played the, Oh yeah, absolutely handing out. I have no faith this character's coming back alive. So I had played gameplay elements of it prior. I haven't played the story through. And one of the things that I'm having to do is because the bad guys use tracking dogs. So the game's making me hurt dogs, which, as you know, I'm vehemently against. Beat you to death with a frying pan. And oh, okay. So JP, sorry, I'm leaping between multiple different examples. So JP is saying, is asking about the mutation. Yes. So we are at the beginning of this game. We are an infected person. Whatever happens, our character is going to die. So we've volunteered to go off into the city to scavenge, look for the supply crates that have been dropped by government agencies and whatnot. We're not going to make it back, so we're out there to do some good. We can use the antivirals to stop the spread of the infection, but that only buys us time. Stars bring up another example of what you're talking about, which is something like this War of Mine. I believe so. Sorry, I believe so. God, I sound like an absolute womble. I would say that with this War of Mine, it makes you make a choice between, like, success in a gaming sense and at the expense of one's, I'm going to say, morality. That makes me sound even more like a womble. Basically, I'm having to fight dogs in The Last of Us, and because of the visual fidelity and the quality of that game, okay. So, take all. We've got to go through our goodies now. So, attachment. So, we're going to equip the hunting rifle, and the Death Adder is a broken revolver, but we can use the M1911, and then ranged weapons, dispose of the broken hunting rifle and the broken pistol. There we go. Yeah, so this is something that I've been thinking about like last night, because the particular section is almost impossible to play through without proccing the NPCs with dogs. So it is almost impossible to get through a section without fighting them. And the game is so realistic that it's upsetting. And I guess I'm just trying to install large neighborhood, and there's the blockade zones. Let's go to the restaurant, Washington Avenue. Okay, sorry. This is a complicated topic. But so the TLDR being, bad guys have hunting dogs. These dogs. Okay. Let me clear out these fucking zombies first. Okay. I guess I need to pause it. The thing is, this is used very well. Like, the people that you're up against are not good. And the fact that they use dogs and how they treat animals is definitely an indication of their villainy. But you, as the protagonist, are often put in a situation where, you know, these dogs are going to kill you. And let me tell you, those death scenes are very graphic. But you're put in a position where you have to... Well, okay, you're put in a position where, unless you can make it through without being detected at all, you have to do battle with them. And that's not something that I... Friends, can you see what I'm grasping at here? Zeke, good morning, friend. How goes it? Zeke, sorry, I saw your message about the Blackout Club. I woke up very late this morning, so I basically rushed to stream. But I'm happy to natter you through the stuff. It's more the when is my big question these days. Oh, and Darth Tuttle, how are you doing? What, friend? So, like, this war of mine presents you with the question of, like, you know, will you do this bad thing for your success? With The Last of Us Part 2, what I'm finding is that I must do these sections in stealth, because if I don't, I will have to fight and harm these in-game dogs. But because the visual fidelity, it's not like with 7 Days to Die, where zombie dogs are kind of like these static things that sort of bounce around and go, bah, 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 bah. They do wreck face, however. These are like mocapped dogs with horrifyingly accurate sounds. And I don't know, I'm trying to find how to pass this. Because, honestly, in my heart of hearts, it's much like the sea monsters in that Warhammer game. I'd love to be able to turn off dog enemies. But the thing is, it's trying to convey this experience. And the experience isn't have fun harming dogs. The experience is these people use everyone. Like, these people use people, these people use dogs. They are not good or kind. And I personally have enjoyed throwing flashbangs at them and seeing them get torn apart by clickers. The Last of Us is like mushroom infected. Lyra says that they're lucky they haven't played a game that realistic. I mean, okay, and realism in games is something that's always increasing. And Stammering says this goes back to the discussion about games that make you feel uncomfortable. You enjoy the game even if you hate the acts you perform in it. To an extent. And this is why I wanted to discuss it with you all, because it's a complicated topic. In good old Grand Theft Auto, you have to torture a man for information, which is one of the few times where that game actually says something as a piece of art. Which is like the pointlessness of torture and how ineffective it is in a modern society type setup. But the thing is, as playing through that game, you have to play as Trevor in that point. Is it Trevor? Whatever. You have to play as the trailer park mentalist, and you have to torture this person to progress. With The Last of Us Part 2, if you are extremely skillful, extremely lucky, you can make it through certain areas without proccing anything. Which means that the dogs won't go into attack mode, which means you can make it past. You miss out on a lot of resources, and that's the kind of the trade-off. It's easier and more beneficial to murder everybody. It's almost trying to push us in, but my empathy for dogs makes that whole part very, very uncomfortable. You know? And Krypton, I don't want to dismiss what you're saying because, you know, while it's an overused joke the start of John Wick is very powerful, and kind of shows a little bit about how we're growing up with storytelling. But I don't know, it's the fidelity versus the challenge. I started to feel last night the same way I did when I used to play Fire Emblem. Because I used to play Fire Emblem a lot, and I would play it because Fire Emblem traditionally had permadeath throughout. Your character dies, they're gone forever. So what ends up happening is you start the level, you work out where all the attacks and stuff are going to be, and then you reload the level and you keep playing it through until you clear it without losing anybody. One of the reasons why I don't feel guilty playing it on story mode and things like that. And I found, like with The Last of Us last night, I was actively avoiding the experience by going outside of the experience. I was using save load to avoid interacting with that element. And I guess I'm not really asking a question so much as I'm trying to pass these feelings. You know. God, itchy nose. Alright, I'm gonna ruminate on that for a little bit. Ah, another battery. Lovely. Welcome to Johnson Insurance. Johnson Insurance. Oh, fucking hell. Guess who keeps forgetting to reload his gun because he's talking about video games? It's Will! What have we got that's heavy and murderific? The wrench! Oh. That guy looks big and glowy. Sir! Oh, that's bad noise. Okay, he's not an explodey bastard. He's a tough bastard. What the fuck are you made of, mate? Oh, Catastros, have a lovely rest of your evening. What are you lot made of? Blade Nora. Sleep well, friend. Sleep well. Alna says, this aspect is why I'm confused with the Fire Emblem diehards who dislike the non-permanent death options. But then where the fact they save gun... Okay, I mean, I'm always against the term save scumming because it feels very... But I know what you mean. The individuals that I know who have played through the Fire Emblem games in its permanent death modes or in the traditional ones would do so by replaying the levels over and over. So it became... It's interesting because it's almost like the fail-loss state in Fire Emblem suddenly becomes, has anyone died? If one person dies, you're like, nah, peace, wee. Why do I not reload guns? Okay, again, I don't think our character here is going to be living very long. Bless them, they aren't coming back from this. Hey, Loki, have a lovely rest of your evening as well. Let me quickly drop the link in for the game for you, because it's really fucking good. Like, honestly, I'm having to fight against how engaging the game is to carry a conversation. Which, I don't know if that makes for necessarily a great stream, but hopefully makes for a very, very big recommendation. I see there, you big chunker. You big honker chunker. No more splodies for you. Oh, feck. He exploded! He wasn't supposed to explode. Yeah, Vanderbeest, if the crows could be a little less subtle with how they think I'm going to do in this, that would be great. Okay, as soon as we found batteries, we've now got batteries for bloody days. Oh, hopefully I've got more melee weapons. Alright. Cleaver, let's go. It's the butcher. My name's Rumbles the Butcher. I'm coming here from London! Okay. So, our choices are enlarged fists, which increases our unarmed damage, or more melee damage. Because right now, we hit really quickly. Maybe we should just be, like, Fisto McPunch-a-lot. What do you reckon? Where's Bobby the Baker or Randall the Candle? They're down in London! Doodly-doo, apples and pears! Elements of the past and elements of the future combined to make something not quite as good as either. Dinah's been picked clean. Right, Wolfgrad, have a lovely, lovely rest of your night. The idea that, like, I am in any way helping facilitate people get some feckin' sleep makes me very happy because I'm really not good at sleeping. It's not one of my strong suits. Nothing in here. Great, just my luck. Just zombies with a snack attack, raiding all the good stuff. The Ballad of Battlestar Snack-a-lactica out there. Yeah, I got the right to throw hands. Might as well use up these. Thank you!
Eels up inside you're finding an entrance where they can eels up inside you're finding an entrance where they can boring through your mind, through your tummy, through your butterfly. Eels. 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 Eels.
I forgot to turn off the swear filter on the thing. Elements of the past, elements of the future. Let's go to the store. I don't have much faith in this character. We should go old school. We should go older school than anyone ever has before. Break it down now. You would be surprised, friends, how many times in a day I will sing, to no one in particular, Future Sailors. Although the one thing we've got is batteries for dudes. Activate beacon. Old Barry Beacon here is about the only thing that's going to make it back alive. Sup, nerds? Heh! Oh, stupid zombies. They can't work out. They don't know how doors work! Oh, these ones do, though. Piss. 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 Problem is... they all seem to be making little barrier noises as well, like... oh, it didn't stop him! Oh no! I have made many terrible mistakes so far today. No! Ah, you bastard! It's time for Barry the Butcher to see. Alright, resistant force. Enemy attack. Stun.
Do you love me? Are you playing or love games with me? I just wanna know what to do cause I need your love a lot. Oh come on now. Do you love me? Are you playing or love games with me?
Am I?
I just wanna know what to do cause...
Fucking hell. Sorry, stammering and Lyris, I didn't say thank you for any of those bits. I'm a terrible host today. Blame the video game. It's very good. Thank you kindly. Are those drugs? Don't mind if I do. Restore some health over time after being consumed. Cool. Guess who's not been using his injectables? It's Will! See, the thing is, like, maintaining the infection becomes its own curious little, like, risk-reward thing. I drink Baileys from a shoe. Sorry. Whew. Want to see my watercolors? Okay. Good news. I do have this. With a tiny little pistol for a tiny man. Or, guess who picked up the bold colours so he can get goodies from the place that we're in. Ooh, knowledge is power. Welcome to Storage Wars. Now we put the magazine attachment on. I guess this one. I guess. Okay, what have I been picking up? Oh, these. Dispose of. Dispose of. Alright, there we go. Actually, why am I taking the feckin' baton? We're about that punch life now. Sorry, pocket knives. We got one job to do here, and it's... Nearly said something very inappropriate. Apparently, I have no tact today. And Stammering Gamer, I mean, I miss the Boosh as well. But I think it's one of those things that the Boosh definitely lived longer than anyone expected, you know? Although it still blows my tiny mind that What's-His-Face is now most known for the feckin'... is most known for the British feckin' Bake Off. Noel Fielding, sorry. Noel Fielding? Okay, so... punching might not be the best strategy I've ever had. But also Matt bloody Lucas. It's bizarre. Trying to explain to people like how do you explain to someone who hasn't grown up in the UK who the fuck George Dawes is? Every time he comes up... Oh, he thumbed him. Oh, he's thumbed him wrong. Every time Fiona starts watching the Great British Bake Off, I immediately find myself singing, "He's a baby! He's a baby!" How do I explain that? this area has been picked clean. I'm definitely going to need some... Oh. Have we used all the healing items already? Okay, no. Not completely useless. Might as well take some painkillers and all. So the chances of us making out of this are very slim. Rilu says I was going to come in and yell at you about your cup of tea going cold. Rilu, it's right here. I mean, it's still cold, but it's been sitting next to me. It was never forgotten. Rilu, how are you doing, you lovely mother hubbard? I know you were having a hard time last week, so I hope things are going real well. Yeah. Fiona's been on a new gig for the first couple days. And to those of you that have devved in some regards, Fiona is currently loading The Joys of Jira. So I've been having a little cackle about that one. Hang on, let me just kick this door in. Hoppa-cha! 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 All of that door kicking got us nothing. Alright. This whole area was a waste of resources and life that we will never get back. Alright, so we can go to... Oh, so we can either go to large neighborhood or neighborhood with a store. We never, like... Even is a compound. Like, the neighborhood's more dangerous, but we can sell stuff. So, feck it. Danger's my middle name! One of several. Okay, so Rilu says the cat has now taken the sit on command trick to the next level and will now sit in front of the fridge and scream at me if I go anywhere near it, because he wants cat milk. And my stomach could be the next big thing in the whale noises to sleep to superstar. As someone who also has very noisy interiors. Jeffrey's like, Jira? Is that one of them Greek taco things? Yeah, Jiras. They do them down the street, don't they? Ooh? Ooh. Okay. Might as well. You know what? I haven't found out what we do with those infected samples yet, so we might as well feckin' sell them. Oh, Peebles. The vendor has a limited amount of knowledge to share with us. So there's a certain point at which he'll stop being able to do stuff. That is not fun. I wanted more shoot. Yeah, love that shawarma Jira. Ooh, got ourselves a basement. Nothing bad happens in basements. Yeah, Kung Fu! Our mustachioed man is doing very well. So many batteries. Cool. Well, I don't know. Was it because I asked the greater gods, please, I need a battery for this particular thing, and now I get nothing but? There's a good amount of fuel in here. Nice, nice, nice. Aw, I'm out of drugs. Em says nothing bad happens in basements, which is why California doesn't have any. Sorry, just Vanderbeest with, wait, are we a zombie for buying all the vendors' knowledge, aka brains? It's one of those, I guess. Getting a lot of empties here. Not gonna lie. Once again, I'm just gonna let them open the door for me. You all coming out? It's alright, we got loads of bullets. Loads of bullets! It's like my uncle always used to say. No, it's just like my uncle used to say. That's it. What does your uncle used to say? Gonna need some details here. Okay, someone must have been here through before us because this place has been picked clean. And Quasi, how are you doing, friend? No, I am starting to think that fist time might not be the best time. Yes, I'm very well aware of what I just said. It was our granddad. You say a lot of things. It's probably one of them. Hop-cha! Yeah! This guy continues his study of the blade. The kitchen blade. Oh, can I reload? Answer yes! Go me! These... There's something weird about this area. Sorry, it was me getting stuck into it. Relu says that a partner's been watching a guy on YouTube who's been building underground tunnels in his garden, linking parts of the property. And for an underground gaming room, I've had to try hard and talk him out of doing the same thing under our house. Painting the tunnels in Vanta Black and setting up a spooky Halloween maze. Oh god. I mean, feckin' yo. Deus, how are you doing? A destination from which you may never leave? Do you mean the Halo Ring? Ja 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 ja, ja 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 ja, ja 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 ja, ba ba da ba, ja ba da ja ba da. Do you mean that? Is that exact noise specifically? But yeah, Relu, I think I know the person you're speaking about, and his build's a fucking genius. I personally think the idea of an underground bunker sounds horrifying. But that's just me. Yeah, our guy needs antivirus, something fierce. Can we fix the engine? Okay, yeah, we do have enough tools to make it work. Because the last thing we want is that thing keeling over on us. Oh, but as well, Ems is correct that Vanta Black is expensive. There is another similar, albeit not quite the same, but similar version of Dark Black that you can get that doesn't give money to the nonsense variant. Yeah, Blackest Black version 3 by Stuart Semple. That's the one we want to get. But yeah, and in Rilu's defense, it's like, what, stupid o'clock in the morning over in the UK? Okay, so... Are you shitting me sideways? Fucking come on! Get my arse handed to me right out the gate. Yeah, feckin' sure, great, wonderful. Oh, cancel! You reload that like there's no tomorrow, you mother hubbard. Please have more bullets. Please have more bullets. Okay, so... What we got here is one of them survivor bases. Only the chances of this thing being, once again, massively riddled with bad times. Quite high. Alright. 99, minus 99 flinch. Stone skin. Damage resistance. Unarmed damage and melee. Oh, okay. Yeah, that one. So now we punch even harder and we take less damage. But the thing is, if we pay close attention... Sorry, I'm going to zoom in. There is a tripwire there. Sorry, I figured the chances of me getting my face blown off in here are actually quite high. So... So I'm not entirely sure how we're going to get in without me getting completely obliterated. I feel like I need to be able to, like... Oh, wait, what about throwables? Don't have any, because I've not been picking up bricks! So I don't know who you are, but this is your fault. You zombie. You did this to me, you zombies! Punch it! Got stone fists now. Okay, sorry. Hey, Rilu, that's one of the things that makes me very happy. So Rilu was saying they love how, while I stream at a sensible hour for the West Coast, I get all of the Brits and Europeans who have terrible sleeping patterns. Hey, I am not one who is very good at sleeping, not on the regular. And if I can be somebody's company when they're having wow, guess it's 5 AM, I'm entirely happy with that. The only thing I would say is that this game is very, very good and is grasping my attention with both hands in such a manner as to result in me being less than my usual conversational self. Tavalis, Watto. This is all useful. I need like a brick or something I can throw. There we go. Alright, so that's the... Still going? Or... There we go. Alright, so there's the trip mine sorted. Let's go have a look-see. Either I make it through this area, or I die looking cool. With cool kid moves like this! Hapacha! Relu's like the, wow, guess it's 5 AM is entirely Relu's Friday and Saturday night. Don't know what to do with themselves once the blackout club's over. I mean, same. If there's not, if it's not a gig night, I just kind of look blankly at the wall, maybe have a shower. Okay. That clock is doing my brain. How did you miss that, Linda? Ah, piss! This could be the end of our Barry. Heavy lifting. I mean, I guess we carry more now. Guess, yeah, that's how Keegan's story ended. Cases. Yeah, share the load. Dies. Move on. Now, I have a terrible sleep pattern, and I've always found sleep to be my greatest challenge. Oh, so we get medic loadout, tinkerer loadout, improvised pistol and a wrench, colonist workout loadout, a plank and a shoddy to hottie. Yeah, you know what? Let's go with Scotty here. Scotty's got a shotty. Yeah, Vanderbeest, we've lost. Punch lots. McFist hard. But Fist hard lives on in our hearts. In our hearts. Oh, we've got new goodies. So, knowledge. Yes, please. Oh, cool. Alright, check this out. So, okay, this item is placed into the armory permanently and is replenished after each run. Yes. Along with a recipe for a warhammer. Definitely getting that. Wow, but that's most of our stuff. We've not used planks very often. I guess extra adhesive's kind of nice. Excuse me, I've been informed I can come get crafting supplies from you. There we go. Move to backpack. Now I can make stuff much better. Yeah. M's Fist Hard lives on in our hearts. That was absolutely what I was implying and nothing else. Okay, so allows you to locate hidden survivor drops. Thank you, yes please. Use upgrade radios without using batteries. I think a better backpack is definitely more valuable for us right now. Haven't really had much need for crafting the goodies. Oh, that's something we could upgrade repeatedly. Alright. So let's get XP as well. Alright, this radio will emit noise based on how close you are to other radio equipment. Previous volunteers had radios that may have been carrying some useful gear. Alright, and a good backpack. Does anyone need a backpack? Tavalia says, might pick it up if I like it. Oh, you mean this? Well, we had the devs in earlier, and I should say, Con Artist Games did give us the key that we're playing today, so please do take my opinions on this game with a pinch of salt. However, I loved the Last Stand series, and this is really engaging. I'm having a fecking great time with it, and honestly, my challenge right now is not ignoring you all and just playing this, which I think I'm pretty guilty of today. So, and yes, Krypton. Fist hard, he lived as he died. Swole as fuck. Raise a glass to Keegan McFist Hard. Oh, I should probably introduce myself as well, rather than just talking at you the moment you come in. Hello, I'm Will Tavalis. It is lovely to meet you. I used to work in the games industry, and now I do this for a living. Mainly because these lovely mother hubbards around you keep my dumb ass alive. And now we're heading off once more into the wilderness. Oh wow! Okay, so Tavalis, this series is fascinating. It started life as as a Flash game series that, to my knowledge, was one of the first times a Flash game series got picked up by a publisher, which was Armor Games. Originally, it was kind of just a pretty simple survival title, but it evolved into a very, very interesting game. And I've been a massive, massive fan of it because, as I'm sure you know, like before zombies became the cultural obsession that they have become, like zombie games are pretty feckin' rare. I still remember the look on someone's face when I was telling them about. No, I'm about to have bad trouble. All right, come on, you. Let's feckin' go. Let's feckin' go. Oh! Yeah, got that fresh, brand new Survivor feel. On it, I'm trying to find where the signal's coming from. Ah, there we go. Oh shit, this is great! And the pipe, rounds, the whole shebang. Lovely, lovely. Though I made a lot of noise over there, so the zombies are like, hey, what's going on this side? Yeah, I will say this is the first time, like... Ah, peoples. Oh, right. Gotta remember to reload your gun! I was about to say something about I don't really want to use my gun. I don't want to sound the alarm. Here we are. Okay, are they just pouring guns on me here? Alright, this run's gonna go horribly wrong. I can sense it. We're just getting too much good stuff. Ah, except for Butterfingers McDingus here just jammed his gun. Stan Gainer says, final mission if they are billions. 500 harpies come charging out towards my town, jump the wall, and wipe out 100 elite soldiers in 17 seconds. Yep. That sure does sound like that game. But yeah, I will say, Tavalis, the interesting thing about this title is this infection mechanic. So the idea is that when this game starts, you are playing someone who who is infected with a new variation of the zombie virus. You've got days to live, if that. So you've decided, you volunteered to go out for your last stand. You're out here. Scavenging for supplies, looking for things that will help the colony on your, essentially on your way out. No, grabby! Good? Okay, yeah, no, we're good. Sorry, I thought I was in big trouble then. I started to feel like I was in big trouble. Oh, not quite done though. Ooh, let's see if I can, let's see if there's another place to use those codes. Because I just unlocked these. Oh, darn it. Oh, darn it! Alright, I'm being a dingus right now. Sorry, I promise I'll do a proper explanation of this game, or if you have any questions or thoughts or feels, I'll stop being stupid. But like an idiot, I just used my antivirals because I was pushing buttons. Oh, Sephiro, I'm having a feckin' glorious time. I'm being a dreadfully poor conversationalist, and I do not think I'm being a very good host today, but if the question is, am I having fun with this game, the answer is, fuck yeah. Oh, God. Oh, it is very loud down here. Oh, I don't have any batteries. Hey, remember that run where we found nothing but batteries? Sure could go for that right about now. Sephiro said they had the weirdest tea they've had in their life earlier. It was a red can, tasted of raspberry and cranberry, and had a monkey on it. Huh. Does sound curious. Oh, this ding ding just jammed is gone again. Why are you like this? Ding ding butterfingers over here. Oh, medkit though. Can't complain. Can't complain. Actually, I absolutely can complain and will frequently. Seriously? Not a single battery in this whole place. Great. Some lovely family photos. Brilliant. Is there a workbench? Maybe I can cobble one together out of spit and glue. Oh, Tavalis. State Decay is an absolute favourite of mine. This is different in the sense that it's not an open world title. It's very much about your character's last attempt to go get resources, and it's very much structured like a roguelike. You get 3 random characters to choose from at the start of your run, like powers, equipables, all of the challenges associated with. But I know what you mean. Yeah, sadly, Fred, someone's Wiimote will be running out of power this day. Alright. We can take those off later. So now, if we find some batteries out here, we're onto a winner. Oh, wow, it is just giving us all these, like, albeit awesome, but very broken weapons. Oh! And then there's a fucking beacon over there. The job's a good one. Why don't you reload your guns? This is why we can't have nice things. No batteries. Still. Ah, you're killing me here. No one has any batteries. God, this is like that Christmas where no one has any batteries. Sorry, that joke didn't work. Search this hole. We've got to leave so many goodies behind. And why? Because someone didn't pack any double bloody A's. Alright, also, we're kind of getting in a bit of trouble here. So I've got an idea. Gonna do the old Shaun of the Dead. Big loud gun, let everybody know where we are. And then sneak back around here. Use our fists nice and quietly. Don't need you dead, just need you out of the way. The Zeds will try and follow us to the gas station. We then sweep around, jump in the car, pop on over to the Winchester, have a pint, and wait for this whole thing to blow over. Not bloody battery though, is it? Yeah, the way zombies are attracted to sound in this is really cool. And it wasn't until we started doing the run earlier where I was using a big chonking rifle. Alright. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on! Woo! Alright, so what are our choices? I think I'm going to do neighborhood into large neighborhood. Yeah, I think that's our run. Hey! Tavalis, that's fucking cool of you, thank you. Well, I mean, welcome to our little corner of the internet. I hope you're alright with weird conversations about video games, art, and the games industry, because I tend to talk a lot about them. Okay, Saphira was saying the weird tea was Yakuk Organic Yerba Mate Energy Tea. Please ignore her. Oh yeah, and so Fred, I'm really liking this game. It's hitting the good beats of both a roguelike and a zombie game for me. So I'm having a real good time with it. It's got some really interesting mechanics. So the idea is that your character is infected, and they will slowly damn it! The antivirals wore off. Oh no. Okay, firstly, heck off. So equip. Why do I even bring you in? Sorry. As the infection progresses, you develop like mutations abilities, so that your modifiers. Oh no! Frickin'! Oh, that's what I get for trying to be. All right. Well, I mean, guess it's a good example. So, this is our first mutation. Now we've permanently lost this chunk of our health, and eventually, as this mutation progresses, it will kill us. But at each like interval, we get bonuses. So I'm gonna go for Frenzy. Okay, there we go. Took me a second to work that out. Yeah, I just I thought the especially the way they do the something here. The way they do the infection mechanics in this, I thought would be something that would interest you from kind of like that. Both conceptual standpoint. Ah, here we go. Sorry, I've got to do some chicken and pork curry. Got a new shotgun. It's slightly better than the old one, I tell thee. But have to remember to reload it. Doesn't do bloody lick of good. Doesn't do a bloody lick of good if I'm just bringing it around. Okay, I just got very lucky because that should have blown me face off. Like in that movie. Oh, look what it is! It's shit I need batteries for! Don't worry, friends. I have a shotgun. I can defend myself in the wilderness. I have fists of steel. Excuse me, have you got any double A's? I do not. Oh, you're a bit fucked then, aren't you? Remember there was that perk that I could buy where I didn't have to use batteries to use a radio? Do you remember that perk? That was available to me. I could have had that any time I wanted, but no. Alright. Go beat some zombies to death. On the plus side, though, absolutely nothing. We've got enough resources that we can make a break for it if we need to. Yeah, that's right. You go to town just wailing on these bad words. How you like me now? Yeah, should have got the wind-up radio perk. Learn the secret that Boy Scouts have known about for thousands of years. I will kick you in with my feeties. It's fine, it's fine. Yes, I'm making a lot of noise, but on the flip side, I don't think this person's going to live very long. So... Battery! Yes! Okay. Okay, this is bad. What's about to be having a bad time, having a bad time. Now, I made a little bit too much noise while I was in there, and then all the zombies came, so... It's time for Poor Life Choices! I went into a basement. It's full of zombies. Now we get to choose a mutation. Alright, so consolence. Alright, melee hit, healing. Meh. Stamina, I guess. XP! I used my gun. 2 batteries. What is this? My birthday? Now the ability to build more batteries. Oh, that's cool. So we can take basic weapons and repair them at repair stations. That I didn't know. You better believe I'm making some more. Okay, nothing we can build with a brick just yet. Or a pipe. Wait, am I out of... Oh, I'm out of scrap, that's why. Yeah, so now my gun's all shiny. I had a gun. Now it's a better gun. I quite like it. Why do I keep doing the voice? I don't have to do the voice. Oh, there's not much in here. That's what people say when they shake me. What's up with Will? I don't know, there's not much in there. What? Fucking Scott! You had one job! Find batteries and don't die! Ah! Scott, you bastard! I got scratched too much. Zeke made me a new button. Seems accurate right now. Is it consoling shark? Do 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 do. Okay. The thing is, there are some decent people here. There's Lindsay, Mediator, Charlie, and Allison. Allison's got... Okay, Charlie has a revolver we can upgrade. And look at that mustache. Look at it. Let's go, Charlie! Yeah, bro, Jeffrey, I got better. Alright, so... Definitely want to spend this on some more... Yes, more knowledge points means... More knowledge points means more everything else. Yeah, Lyris, I can see that mustache from here. Oh, gain 15 knowledge immediately. Great. And... Create shotguns. Ah, cache of batteries? On it. Why did I spend money on anything else? Shenanigans. Extra bandages and tape, very handy. Okay, so... Alright, so I guess this is kind of like the basic crafting space. Oh, here we go. So we can do this and scrap. So before we even step out into the world, we now have a patched up weapon. That's lovely. Yeah. Fair enough, Amy. Fair enough. Okay. So let's take a banter break here. So I'll actually spend some time chatting with you all and not being a complete deadite, slack-jawed idiot. Oh, plus I'm still mad about Scott. He got scratched like twice, and he was like, I have fallen over. You know what he's doing? He's heading to Tijuana. He'll get shit-faced. But he isn't even infected. He was like,
Oh no, I am so sickly. I must go out my last walk.
oh, I have been scratched by this one guy. Go on without me. As he says, putting on his sombrero. The happiest place in the world. Tijuana! Okay, sorry, friends. Zeke, if you want to post, if you don't mind throwing that in the long ship, that's feckin' good. Zeke made a sound effect button that you can just push, and it says, we're a bit fucked. You can now have that sound effect anytime you need. Zeke, thank you kindly, friend. Oh yes, okay, and I'm gonna get the radios don't need batteries perk as well. I request 26 knowledge. Oh, good. Oh, okay. So we can have less durability loss. That's not a bad shout.
Who wants to sing?
Oh, Fiona, thank you for the host. Sorry, I said I'm going to take a banter break, and do you know what I did? I immediately got, like, eyeballs deep back in the game and ignored you all. Numbers, you're not the only person that's been saying that. While we're having a little natter, let me check the back ends. So let's have a look here. Numbers, it's not one of those ones where if you refresh it, it says, congrats on your sub, is it? Sorry, that was a complete nonsense sentence. Firstly, Numbers, how are you doing, mate? How was your evening? Tell me your tales. Okay, so Numbers, I've had a quick look at the back end, because you weren't the first person. Clank was reporting it as well. Oh, Ems, go. Work hard, kick ass, 1,700 words. Remember, you can edit later. Train of thought's legit. Say all the words, do all the things. Okay. And breathe. Hello. Yeah, so Numbers, Clank was complaining of the same thing, and Clank's like a tier 3 sub, which is a big deal. According to the back end of my settings, any of you that are subscribed should get no ads. Like, ad revenue does nothing for me, left, right, or centre. And, like, I do often find that the kind of adverts that Twitch pushes heavily aren't very good. So there's also that. Okay. Oh, Safiro says living in San Diego, the whole Tijuana is magical meme doesn't quite hold up unless you're 18 or 20 and willing to drink. Yeah. Having underage drinking be a thing in the UK would kind of like undermine that. But then you do have to go through the summoning ritual, which is drinking white lightning in the park. That is a sad, sad rite of passage that Brits must go through. I'm so sorry, I keep playing with my beard. It's far too long right now, and I need to sort it. Oh god, oh Lambrini, Rilu, no! Do not speak the old curses at me. I think I just got a fucking hangover from reading that. Oh, and Pun Spectre, sleep. Have a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you for jokes and bits and company aplenty. Fucking Lambrini. God. Must you speak the cursed words? Come on, let's go out into the wilderness. Where no one has heard these very, very cursed terms. Oh yes, and really specifically the 1.5 litre bottle of Lambrini. Friends, Lambrini is kind of like a sweet carbonated wine. It's a lot of people's first drink, and along with White Lightning, a budget brand of cider. It has, let's just say, a reputation. Charlie, Charlie, Charlie. Oh yeah, make sure to load your gun, because if you don't have bullets in your gun. This song isn't exactly the most... Just look at that mustache. Charlie is not messing around today, are you? No, I'm sorry to report Lambrini is not an Italian sports car. Charlie, I can't help but feel you're being very blasé with your bullets, mate. Stand accused of calling Victoria's dad a chimp and she's not amused. Sorry, it's the Men Who Will Not Be Blamed for Nothing have a song called Charlie about Charles Darwin getting in trouble. Alright, well, feck it. It's better than nothing. Alright, let's go beat in some zombies with a 2x4. Mark says. Fred says, does the narrative build towards something, or is it mostly emergent about your little colony? I don't know. There's been hints about like the start of a new strain of infection that's causing all of this nonsense. Because the idea is that this is years after the fall. I live in a bin now. This is my home. I've been quite safe over here. Plank, 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 plank. So Fred, it feels like it's building something, but it's only really been giving us snippets. So, I guess the question is, I don't know. I'm not far enough in. Alright, Charlie's going in with his fists. Do him a fight, Charlie! Charlie, the Queensbury bare-knuckle boxer. The mustache like that. So hold right trigger and tap X to... Oh, there we go. Spoiler, that does not come off your shoes. That feels okay. Charlie, you might be in trouble, mate. Just going to steal as much as we can. And then we're going to run. Fred says that they hope we encounter some of the old player characters who died as enemies. That would be fascinating. I'm trying to remember what game did that really, really well. Oh, again, State Decay. And the thing is, there'd be... Alright, time to go. There'd be a debuff to your colony until you put down the old person. So it was kind of like... What's the word? Until you show mercy to your previous peoples. Alright, neighborhood or gas station? Gas station. Okay, let's do neighborhood into big neighborhood. Because we do not have a lot of goodies right now. I mean, we've all seen from games like Hades and the void rains upon her heart, that you can do some really interesting stuff with this, with narrative through a roguelike. Alright, how many bullets we got? Not many! How many planks we got? Fuck all! Oh, hope you're hungry. Right, we'll take it. And eventually someone will repair the bloody car. Oh wow, okay, this guy's just doing it around. Mess him up, Charlie! Sorry about that. It definitely, Saphiro, well, I would not say it was a shovel sound. It had shovel-like tendencies. Oh, about half full as well. Lovely. Could keep an ear open for if we hear like little what's the word? If we hear radio sounds, that was it. Fred says, well, I hope when Charlie goes down, your next character is named Guile. That's a hell of a reference. And I'm going to use the injector because I think there's another one here. Assuming I can find another battery. Oh, and some goodies as well. Oh no! Piss! Charlie! Reload your guns, Charlie! I'm going to level with you, friends. I don't think Charlie is going to be in a good way. Oh, sorry about that, friends. Whew. Plus side, this little encampment seems to have been a good little hit. But once again, we are out of batteries. I cannot help but feel like after that run where we had batteries for days, something is mocking us. Mess him up, Charlie! Something sounds big and exceedingly angry. Didn't get my face blown off. Give myself a little pat on the back for that. No pats on the back for forgetting to reload again. I don't know why. I imagine our Charlie's got like an old kind of squatty voice about him, you know? Ah, there we go. What's that? Charlie's got a katana? Yes, he does. Hopper-cha! I am Charlie the Ninja. Some might say that the only requirement for being a ninja is not yelling loudly, I am a ninja to people, but Charlie's not traditionalist, you know? Okay, we've found a ton of supplies this run as well. You see, you know what this is giving me? Hope. Fiona, just let me know that she's at 10k. That's a lot of zombies in the garden. You know what? It's been a good run. Oh, you're kidding me. I'm still out of batteries. I'm spending all these points on the give us batteries first. What was that? Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment. Warhammer 40k. I'd like it if you were wrong, but you're not. A great quote. Do you think I'm wrong, or do you want me to be wrong? So, to recap, we have no batteries with which to use any of this stuff. Oh, but this guy's got a backpack. I mean, okay, I guess. Let's get the bloody hell out of here. Sorry. No, so Iron Imp, you are entirely correct. This is a follow-up to that that Flash game series from back in the day. The one that recently got like a re-release. You have remembered it entirely correctly. And honestly, it's feckin' good. It's really feckin' good. Like I said, it is a very tight, cohesive experience, and it is hitting a lot of the beats that I really like. Hapcha! This is Charlie the Ninja once again, showing you. Fuck you, battery. Fuck you. Oh, that's my antivirals wearing off. Oh, Fred, where does that quote come from? I know it's a 40k quote. Was it the plea of innocent? The plea of the innocent is guilty of wasting my time.
Hopper chop? Shouldn't that have been Hopper chop?
I believe you are in fact right, Bacon Avenger. It should have been a hopper chop. Or a chopper char. Oh, okay. So this isn't as useful as I thought it was. So it allows us to get upgrades in the field. Okay. So The radio jack might not be a bad shout because that means we can use those anytime while we're on a run. But honestly, like, getting more knowledge would just be ideal. Chance to find more ammo is always lovely. Yeah, so unlock knowledge. And baked beans. Another hashed browns. Sausage. And Saphira, have a lovely rest of your evening, alright? Oh! That was another radio thing. Ah, that's not good. Alright. Hey! And Havoc, a good evening to you. What ho, friend? Come on in, one and all. Come on in. Can I interest you in some enlarged fists? Spot of energized. Back on the fists? Okay, no, energized. Okay. Havoc, how was your evening? How are you doing? Intrepid! Lovely to see you as always. What ho, friend? To Hardcore. I see what you did there. Hello and welcome. We're playing this game. It's bloody marvellous. It's a roguelike zombie game that came out today, based on a Flash series of games from way, way back in the day. Valkyrie Lantern, good evening. Watto.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Overhear. How did that happen?
Haven't the foggiest, but sincerely, thank you for 13 months. So anyway, what was your stream? What were you up to? Tell me your tales! As I get the big fists! Now we don't need a plank. Actually, I'm going to be vaguely useful. So this is the game that we are currently playing today. To Hardcore, I mean, the discussion of whether or not you consider me a game dev at right this point is a lengthy one. But I was dev side for 10 years. I primarily worked on the Total War franchise, but I also worked at Improbable and Rocketworks. I've done an inordinate number of different things in the industry. I would say right now, this is how I keep the lights on. This little corner of the internet and the lovely folks around it. I guess, okay, so there's one project that I'm working on that's in pre-production. There's another one I've just... I would say
Who wants to sing?
Oh, an Intrepid. Thank you for the host. But yeah, these days I spend my time showing off cool and interesting and weird titles on Twitch. And it suits me very well. So Havoc is doing a hardcore bases only, no vehicles run of Subnautica. Fascinating. What have we got here? It's a goodie bag full of goodies. Oh wow, we are spoilt for weapons. Lovely. Oh, that includes no sea guide either. Yeah, your character is going to be hench as feck by the end of it. Actually, Ina makes a good point. With the no vehicles, can you get to the depth that you need to progress? I'd be very curious with that. I mean, personally, the I love and miss my Cyclops. So I don't think I could do a no vehicles run, but that's just because I miss the vehicles, you know? Also the fear. The fear is also another very big part of it. Okay. All the doors and windows are barred. The zombies are eating something. Let's not go in there. That seems bad. Ooh. Well, Intrepid, have a lovely rest of your evening. Enjoy curry. I'm going to keep beating these zombies to death until it stops being funny, which is unlikely to be anywhen. Sir. I feel, sir, that you may have missed out on doing the thing. Oh, why are you like this, Charlie? I don't think Charlie's long for this world, friends. I'm gonna level with you. Charlie's hurt real bad. Yeah, see, look at all these things. These great things that batteries would do for us. Oh, a flare gun? Seems spicy. I mean, if we're going out, let's go out in style, right? Charlie does not know how to use a flare gun. So, Havoc says, essentially, your habitat builder becomes live. You can build 8 bases down the lava area. That's cool. I mean, I don't know how much you saw of our run through Below Zero, but I spent an inordinate amount of time on base building. Mainly because it was fun. Come on. Nothing. Oh, good. Sure, I'm glad we risked life and limb to come in here. Christy, things will be getting worse. I'm okay. We'll have to get somewhere a bit safer than the city. If you find this, know that I've got Grandpa. We're gonna be okay. Yeah, no. Spoiler, Christy was not okay. Oh, also, the number of zombies continues to increase, like, the more time you spend in here. Like, you can never clear the place out fully. Oh! Alright, that's fun. Oh. Oh my god. I think we should leave. I think we should leave. Sorry about that. Item, that's a big compliment. I'm very proud of my little bases. Okay. You don't have enough fuel to reach Park Boulevard. Do you want to travel anyway? Sure. Let's roll the dice. If Charlie's going to die out in the middle of nowhere, let's have a stylish out. Okay, Deus, I meant the Weatherspoons Curry Club. The Weatherspoons Curry Club is a crime. Alright, so strangest things. Find the source of the noise. For those of you... Wait, what? Oh, this guy is so fucked. Melee resistance, unarmed damage, melee resistance. Feck it, why not? Let's have some stone fists going here. Charlie's not going to see the dawn. Let's be bloody honest right now. Oh, got some painkillers though. Lovely. I can't... See, the thing is, I can't tell if there are traps here. This is giving me real big... Potter and the mysterious ticking noise vibes, if you know what I'm saying. But yeah, so Deus, how has the... I didn't actually see the rest of your reference, friend, so... Is it Halo that you've been spending your time with? Halo, is it me you've been looking for? I'm going to see if I can draw the zombies over to set off any potentials. Aww. Sorry, just Iden was talking about, like, after the two cuttlefish. Iden was saying that had a genuine moment with an Indonesian flamboyant cuttlefish at a tank at a local aquarium back in 2009. So expressive. Yeah, that's definitely affecting tripwire. There we go. That should sort it. Play the engine while we're at it. But yeah, no, Havoc, this game's fucking good. And it's a zombie roguelike. Here we go. That's what we need to sort. Sorry, flare gun. I mean, you're fine, but... One of these days I'll remember to reload my gun before I get in trouble. But it's not today. Back in the Beagle, Charles, sail far away. The things you said today is surely blasphemy. Drugs. Nope, I used up all our painkillers. Great. Brilliant. Why am I like this? Stamina. Your attacks rip and tear at the flesh of your enemies. You know what? Feck it. Let's be jagged, fisty bastards. Okay, let me just take a moment because Deus says he has been on the Halo good times. They have some gripes with progression and customization. The game plays like a well-balanced and thoughtful piece of art. Lovely. And also it's fun. Feels like the perfect balance of stepping forward from where they were. It's super exciting to see the campaign. Lovely. Okay, so we're already making it further than we did last time. Alright, what the hell was that? Okay, home base, do you copy? This is Radar, we read you. So I found something. Okay, it's a little worrying. It's mechanical, but there's something growing out of it. The radar's like, that is highly concerning. How big is the growth? Like a small dog? Alright, try to remove the growth any way you can. I need to get a better look at that device. Okay, so this is nasty. Anyone else feel like this is about to get very bad? Let me get the gas so we can actually get the bloody hell out of here. Almost half full. Alright. Okay. So let's have a look at it. So investigate the device. Okay, home base. It's gone. It's gone. Oh, the fleshy part. The doctor's like, who instructed you to do that? Do you have any idea what you've done? Dr. Stedman, microphone dropped. It's like, Doc, wait! Dr. Stedman has stepped away. He is mad. Alright, I'll deal with him later. Let's break down this device you found. Describe its features to me. Alright, so it's got antenna. Must be receiving a signal. Anything else? It's got a control panel. Any switches or labels? There's a code or serial number. It's the number 2711. It's an ID code. Anything else? Looks like Herrick parts. And it's powered. So it means it's been installed recently. So no battery could last 15 years. Alright. There's another part. Cylinder. That's where the cylinder's where the growth was, so it'd be a storage. I think that's everything. Okay. I think that's it. Alright, I'll get Buzz and his crew to pick up that thing. Hopefully we can figure this out. Completed the strangest of things. Yeah, this is taking some... Alright, this is going to be a very obscure reference, but... Abomination, the Nemesis Project. An old XCOM-like title from 1,000 years ago. That had this whole, like... the meaty mythos thing going on. And that isn't a phrase I ever thought I'd say out loud. Yeah, I can take these two. I need to have a look at that. I thought it was worth a shot. Because considering this area... Oh, and Kitish? Yeah, Doc. Ah, more goodies. I'm sure I'm glad I don't have any fucking batteries! That's it. I am going to go on the internet after we have had this, and I'm going to buy a load of fucking D batteries, and I'm going to send them to Australia. I'll be like, Dear Con Artist Games, do you have a P.O. box so I can send you all these fucking batteries that I don't get? I'm sure that wouldn't have come across as weird or anything. Back off! My name's Charlie and I'm considerably annoyed. know what? Feck you all. This is Charlie. Oot. Oh, Jeffrey's going to do a bit of a lurk while playing Forza Horizon 5. Lovely. Although, whilst doing though, you are legally obliged to tell us what your main car is and what you're driving. Okay. Agananiki, I guess Tokyo Jungle doesn't... Feck those 3 Zs in particular. I guess Tokyo Jungle isn't really specifically zombies, but just like after the fall of mankind. The fact that Tokyo Jungle hasn't gotten a Steam release, I don't understand why money is being left on the table. Yeah, send them a... You know what? That's not a bad shout, JP. Send them a box. This would be where I would send you a whole box of batteries, if I had any! Chop! We have plenty of bullets. What we don't have is health or time. And of course, there's nothing in this house. Cool. Great. Wonderful. Wait, what's that out back? Not this guy, obviously. He's just a zombie, isn't he? Oh, it's a battery! God, I can't wait to die a pointless death now that we have 1 battery to use. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. Yeah, I don't think Charlie's likely to come out of this. Oh, so, because Charlie's not coming out of this alive, I'm just using bullets to reckless abandon. You know, as you do. Oh, another battery! Oh, would you look at that! Does anyone know what's wrong with Will? He keeps having breakdowns every time he sees D-sized batteries. Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Hunting rifle 40 rounds. Sign me up. Yes, thank you. Alright. The infection slowly spreads as our Charlie slips further and further away from humanity, from the place he once knew. Some say you can still hear him screaming about batteries in the distance. Another one! Alright, so we get strength, frenzy, or a taste for blood. Strength! So we've got punchier fists. Yeah, so we've got punchier fists, more strength, and more murder. Oh, Kaitush, it's not jinxing it. That's exactly what's about to happen. I'm about to get fecking wrecked, I can tell you. And we might get enough in the way of goodies to make a break for it. But I guess this is where the This is where this game really starts being a challenge. Is, like, it's a race against the clock now. Maybe we find a place with some antivirals, but we'd have to get very lucky. Now, we'd have had antivirals still if earlier on in the game had feckin' not had stupid batteries. Ugh. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. I'm not bitter. I'm not. I'm not. I'm lying. I'm exceedingly bitter. Sorry, Agananq says, imagine the mods you could have for Tokyo Jungle on PC. Yes! Little troops of vicious My Little Ponies. Sorry, friends, if you haven't seen it. So, Tokyo Jungle is, after the fall of humanity, it is just the animals that live in Tokyo. And you start off, I think it's like a Pomeranian, and you go all the way up to being like, actually, why am I using guns around the car? That's a dumb idea. Don't bite Charlie. Bad zombies. Right. Charlie is not for biting. Actually, I've got 3. No, we've got 4 in the tank. Let's just repair the vehicle and go. Charlie's not going to live long enough to use 4 bits of fuel, you know? That's a good point, though. Yeah, Fred, soon Charlie will be the biter rather than the bitey. Okay, so there's a safe house there. I mean, let's try the safe house. I've never made it in. But all I can assume, sorry, joking aside, is that... oh, no one infected here. Good place to rest and regroup. Lovely. All I can assume is with Tokyo Jungle is because it was made for the PS3, it's just an absolute, like, mess of a game. From the standpoint of, it's a mess of a game from how it is put together. Although we can spend some points, lovely. So we'll get more knowledge and more ammo. Core indeed, Mother Hubbards. Core indeed. Oh, can we make... Oh, now we can make batteries! Oh, goody! Do plastic bottles and tape. We made a bottle suppressor. Okay, that's kind of cool. Yeah, we're learning. So we can put a budget bottle suppressor on the end of this. Lovely. No one want to leave us any healing items? No, I don't want to leave us some snacky snacks. Oh wow, tank's full. That's a first. Alright, well let's try picking some of these herbs, see what we can make. I was hoping for like I don't know what I was hoping for. Some magical virus go bye-bye, you're fine now button. We shall have no such thing. Medkit would be nice, yeah? Alright, so let's see what we can do with some plants. Oh, do I need... Oh, okay. So I guess the plants I need to cook on the campfire. Cook us up a medkit. So blue with white. Let's see how that goes. That's herbal endurance. Lol. So let's try hog root with white. Herbal antidote cures poison. Red with white. Okay, some healing after being consumed. I said, nice one, brother! I mean, Lyris, you're correct. An antidote sounds lovely, but we are very dead, like, regardless. Might as well bang some things together. Improvised rifle scope out of a can and some scrap. This makes me feel all... Might as well make another battery. Why not? Why bloody not? What was tape and plastic bottle? That was a bottle suppressor. So it's tape and scrap. Unknown. Oh, melee parts can be used in crafting upgraded or existing weapons. So we then go pipe, melee parts, craft. Oh, look at that! War pick. I said, nice one, brother. Equip, dispose. So I can put improvised rifle scope on that one. Take it, why not? Now, to chug some health potions. Herbal remedy. That sounds flavorful. Alright, we're doing good now. I thought I'd be feckin' dead on this run and then some. Alright, away we go. Feckin' wee. So... Yo. Starting to feel much better about this. Honestly, we can just skip this whole ass neighborhood and drive to the next point. Unless something special pops up, we can just be like out the window because we've got enough fuel. Yeah, you know what? Feck it. Feck you. Feck your zombie horde. Peace out. As long as the car doesn't fall over, we're feckin' grand. Just beep beep. Mr. Toad coming through! Spurbs. If the goal is to scavenge for materials, well, we've already got the materials, don't we? Oh. Alright, this is Bessie 1. The numbers on the device we found. It's on a code, it's a radio frequency. Managed to find the frequency, but I can't make anything out. The signal's too weak. Someone is broadcasting and we need to boost that signal. Right, boost the signal. Old map shows that a prominent hill looks like an old military zone. If I'm right, there's a radio tower there. Could help replay the signal back to the colony. Alright, so I'll activate it. The problem is it's outside the dead zone. And be like, and? And the council won't allow anyone beyond the wall. Colony rules still apply to us here, even if we want to do it. So we're not allowed just past the wall. But I'll see what I can do. Oh shit, so this journey goes on a lot longer. Okay, so the war cook is awesome. Hey! Biggs, congratulations, friend. That Borneo Valley bastard. Oh, there is an underground area here. Oh, wait. You kids are not invited. I don't think there's anything really for us to check in there. We can check the basement. Okay. Oh, you're kidding me. Ah! Fine, carrying capacity. I just... Stop being poisoned. Use. There we go. I was like, I'm clearly far enough away. No, apparently I'm not. That's a big old not today. Oh, congratulations! You found a basement with the only cure for the virus. Okay, that's actually pretty good. We found a lot of good stuff in here. So many batteries. Yeah, it turns out, Krypton, that all along the cure was just some beans. Found in a rickety shed somewhere. More electronics. More pieces, more parts. When I think about how much in the way of goodies we've just left on the road because we couldn't open them up. Anyway, we'll have a look-see over here. Ah, it's more fuel. Feck it. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, we out. Right. We made it to the wall. But at what cost? Actually, Agadaniki, that is one of my favourite Abraham Lincoln quotes. Along with, fuck. That's my second favourite Abraham Lincoln quote. So it's like, radar, do you copy? This is Buzzard. Alright. Why is the tracker showing you at the rage the wall? Because I'm at the wall. I can barely hear you. Do you say you're at the wall? Because the good council doesn't want us going out there, and you know. That's my order, Biz. That's my order, Buzzard. Get off the line. We need to get out there and find supplies. We don't have time for your shit. We can explain it to the council later. Volunteer, can you get past the gates? Sure. Good luck. Be safe. We did some recon next to you a few years ago. The gates are powered by huge generators, one on each side. Once you power those, throw the gate levers, you should be good to go. Good luck. Alright, well, we've got gas. Oh, do you see that hulking great big bad word over there? Make sure that everything's charged. I won't lie, friends, there are a lot of things growling at me right now. A lot. Haha! Charlie, use good gun. Ha. Ha. Char! Super char! Oh, we don't have any antivirus. I was like, don't have any ammo! Almost got to see a little Will cry there. There is a very, very big bad word in there. And I do not think we are going to be coming out of this. No! Why is he covered in armor? The bullshit is this? Oh, big mad. Big man, big mad. Big man, big mad. Oh, I'm trapped in the corner. This is it. This is how Charlie's going out. Charlie, you feckin' legend! Leg it, Charlie! No! Your preemptive F was perfectly timed. Wow, Charlie went for 45 minutes. Good on him. We made it to the wall. We made it to the wall. Oh, okay. As I have turned into completely a monosyllabic potato. Oh, that's with an Uzi. I'm going to spend our points. Then I'm going to roll credits and find some lovely Mother Hubbards for us to bring in after. Because, oh, they managed to get the thingy. So pass on knowledge. The knowledge of the wastelands. Alright, that's at max level. Spending points out in the field's not vital. Okay, you know what? All I want to do is buy some batteries. Maybe something else. Alright, so what else can we get? Oh, we can start with a pipe, which is quite nice. Oh, if we save up enough, we get to start with a pistol every turn. That's lovely. Oh, see, Fred, I was considering it. Because you were, sorry, Fred's saying that the radio without batteries, that is useful, but it's the, that one unlocks the ability to spend knowledge in the field. So we get to keep the knowledge. But that's a temporary cache of 5 batteries. Okay, you know what? If I start getting into this, friends, I'm going to be here for another hour deliberating back and forth on whether or not I'm going to be able to... deliberating back and forth on what I'm going to be doing. And you will all end up being stuck in an infinite time loop of Will being like, no, okay, I'm done. Okay, I'm definitely done. I'm definitely done. But what about this last thing? And I wouldn't want to inflict that upon you. Oh, okie dokie. What a lovely day. Oh, and to Valkyrie Lantern, please pass on my greetings to Jonesy the cat. Thank you all for bearing with me today. I know I was not my usual chatty self, but it wasn't because I was tired or because the world is crushing us all under an unending weight of rocks, but because this game is fucking brilliant and I'm probably going to end up playing yet more of it. Because apparently I'm just the zombie game guy right now. I guess that's my designation. But feck me, this was a lovely day. The games industry might be on fire, but our little cabal, fucking glorious. Right, I have a lot of thank yous to say. Even after the bombastic, like, feelings-shattering event that was Saturday, you lot still threw in bits and donations and subs and all sorts, and that's still what keeps this going. And I feel the need to say an extra special thank you on days like today, which was very self-indulgent, let's be heckin' honest. Yeah, it's feckin' weird. Oh, and Biggs, no, roguelikes get me like that, because I get so close to unlocking something that I'm like, all right, I'll do one more run. I'll just get enough XP to get this extra thing, but then I get that thing and then things progress. We got to see a little bit of the hint of the story today, which was good. God. Oh, I can't wait to ignore my nearest and dearest and play this. Yeah. Well, and Havoc, I've been playing The Last of Us Part 2 on my downtime, so... Anyway, sorry, as I careen left and right with tangents. Thank you. I'm incredibly lucky to have your company and your patronage, all of you. You fucking legends. No, that's it. Just another thank you I think was required. So, on that subject, the credits today, those I must thank directly before I pass you off like an unruly band of Vikings to some other poor unsuspecting stream. First up, thank you to Band Cybertruck for donating cash money dollars. As, you know, Fiona went out and got groceries whilst we were doing this. That's what that goes on. It's food and keeping us going, so thank you. I'd also like to say a very specific thank you to Lyra's Dragon, Flip, Down Under Dwarf, The Stammering Gamer, Favor 6, Pun Spectre, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeast, Big Saxon, Catastros, Smoking Onion Backwards, alright, I remembered, Captain Stephanie Barnes and Wolfcrad. Bits are the biggest thing that keeps us afloat, so sincerely all of you, thank you. Your moderator today was Caffeine and Rhymes of Moose, but also thank you to Tarlicus and Lizzie T. Powell. And Tavalis was our new follow person who hopefully we get to hang out some more. And those that subbed, resubbed, or were hunted by House Carl, I'd like to thank Hookshot, Sudden Stop, Jackie Foxbot, Favor 6, Unitax and Scotty Doggy, Tavalis, Havoc Puppy Gaming. Hosts, the means by which the numbers go up, came from Captain Stephanie Barnes, The Lost Flowers, Hits, Fiona and Intrepid Canvas. And we got great big raids from Havoc Puppy, Flip, and Tomok. All of you, thank you. Alright? Like, Mr. Twitch wants to see the numbers go up, and that's how that happens. Sorry, that seemed very, very asinine of me. Oh. And Loris, sneaking in a freaking 100 at the end, you cheeky mother hubbard. Right. Decisions. Bear with me a second, I just want to see if the following people are actually doing a thing, or if they are coming to a close. Okay. You know what? Stooge cooked us up a storm last night, so the very least we can do is head on over there. Oh, yes, I'm going to deposit you all over to ET3 Stooge. He can deal with you, you rowdy bunch of numpties. Actually, today's been fairly calm. Probably because I've been Captain Von Tunnely Vision on the video game. But, yeah. Thank you all for a feckin' lovely day. I don't know to what degree I will be... Oh, good. Sorry. Okay, sorry. Lyris, I don't think we need a zombie Viking rave chant. Let's just go brains. Let's just show up and go brains. Brains. There we go. That sounds like a good one. Okay, sorry. You can tell I'm going off into a million trillion miles into the past. Both the past and future of space. Friends, have a lovely, lovely rest of your night. I'll blip you on Discord. Tomorrow we've got Demon Turf, which is going to be amazing. So, have a great night, friends. I'll see you later.